Brings you election night coverage. Stay tuned. It's coming up on WZFD, Dilworth, Fargo Moorhead, USA.
This is a Fox News alert. Results trickling in. I'm Lisa Lacera. Polls now closing in 19 states. The Fox News Decision Desk is out with the latest election information. Fox's Tom Graham is spotlighting Ohio live.
Now, Lisa, in Ohio, we are getting results following one of the most contentious Senate races this midterm. Republican J.D. Vance does have a slight lead over Democrat Congressman Tim Ryan, but voter analysis showing this one still too early to call. Now, in the Ohio race for governor, we can project the Republican incumbent Mike DeWine will easily win a second term, defeating Nan Whaley. Now, polls fully closing in Florida just moments ago, and we can project the Republican Senator Marco Rubio has defeated Democrat Congresswoman Val Demings, and the Fox Decision Desk does project that Florida GOP Governor Ron DeSantis will defeat Democrat Charlie Crist. Lisa.
Tom, Pennsylvania, the Fox News Decision Desk says it's too early to call the Senate race there. Pennsylvania is another historically slow counting state, so it could be a long night for both Dr. Oz and John Fetterman, and we'll keep you updated on that race.
Mail-in ballots could be a major path to victory for John Fetterman tonight because about 70% were sent to registered Democrats. Tonight's Senate race between Dr. Mehmet Oz and Fetterman is expected to be close, which could mean we won't know results for a few days. The race is a toss-up, but Oz has momentum after erasing Fetterman's double-digit lead over the summer by selling a bipartisan message on bringing balance to Washington. The Oz campaign tells us they're feeling good in places like deep red Butler, Franklin, and York, where voter turnout has exceeded 2018 midterm levels by 4 p.m. today, before people even got out of work.
Fox's Brian Yanis in Bensalem, Pennsylvania. In Vermont, Democratic Representative Peter Welch has defeated a little-known Republican challenger to win the Senate seat being vacated by retiring Senator Patrick Leahy. America is listening to Fox News.
Here's to Prilosec OTC. Without Prilosec, I wouldn't be able to enjoy all this yummy holiday food. Speaking of, whoever made that apple pie, delicious. I just take one pill each morning and zero heartburn all day. So cheers to Prilosec OTC. Ooh, are those jalapeno poppers?
Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid that can cause heartburn, so you can enjoy the holidays. One pill a day, 24 hours, zero heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Do you struggle with occasional nerve aches in your hands or feet? Try Nervive Nerve Relief from the world's #1 nerve care company. Nervive tablets contain alpha-lipoic acid to relieve nerve aches, weakness, and discomfort, plus B-complex vitamins to support healthy nerve function as you age. Live life with less nerve discomfort with Nervive Nerve Relief. Learn more at nervivehealth.com. And try Nervive Pain Relieving Cream to block nerve pain signals at the source. Use as directed.
Gunfire at a school in Seattle.
Seattle Public Schools in a tweet says Ingram High School was locked down after one person was shot Tuesday morning. The victim suffered non-life-threatening injuries.
Officers immediately responded into the actual building and tried to provide treatment to the victim that was down.
Police Chief Adrian Diaz says officers quickly fanned out to look for the suspect.
I just actually been provided information that the suspect is in custody. That is a very quick response.
Schools in neighboring Shoreline were briefly locked down as a precaution. Steve Rappaport, Fox News.
Warnings and watches are up as Tropical Storm Nicole is forecast to strengthen into a hurricane as it turns toward the northwestern Bahamas and Florida's Atlantic coastline. Nicole is expected to cross the Bahamas later today and strengthen into a Category 1 hurricane before making landfall in Florida tomorrow or Thursday. Another case of someone trying to steal federal dollars that were supposed to go to help people during the pandemic.
15 months in prison for Adley Bernardin, 3 years of supervised release, and he must forfeit more than $280,000. That from the U.S. Attorney's Office. The 44-year-old Stoughton, Massachusetts man admitted to lying on his application for a Paycheck Protection Program loan in May of 2020. The feds proved he filed a phony tax form claiming the business had a monthly payroll of over $175,200. Bernardin used the money to pay his home mortgage and wrote checks to people he knew, including one for $135,000 to someone described by prosecutors as his wife or partner. CJ Papa, Fox News.
On Wall Street, election day brought another rise in stocks. The Dow added 333 points. The Nasdaq gained 51. The S&P plus 21. Repeating some of our top stories in Pennsylvania, the Pennsylvania Senate race is too early to call, according to the Fox News decision desk. Pennsylvania, another historically slow counting state, could be a long night for Dr. Oz and John Fetterman. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Good evening and welcome. I'm Scott Hannon along with Chris Berg, and it is election night. Time to watch those results, and we will for you right here on AM 1100 The Flag. Glad to have you along tonight. Our coverage brought to you by Labor Masters. Hello, Chris.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Well, we're hearing reports of lines still in, what did we hear, 70 minutes? People waiting for to vote at the Fargo Dome, still in line as we speak. So people are out there voting.
It's been all day. I went over lunchtime, and I probably had a good 45, 60-minute wait over lunchtime. People, sort of complaining about the lines, but also kind of celebrating it. And then Jennifer Benson, she was one of the poll workers today, and I saw her on the way out. She goes, Chris, people were outside this morning waiting before we even opened at 7:30. She goes, all day long. It's just been this consistent flow of people.
Wow, pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Jesse Johnner is, of course, a incumbent. Running for re-election as sheriff, and our own Tom Tucker's with him now. Tom?
Good evening, Scott. Good evening, Chris. We are here at the West Fargo VFW, and with me now is Cass County Sheriff Jesse Johnner on a very busy and important night for him after a very busy and long several months since you declared back in January. Sheriff Johnner, thanks for joining me for the conversation tonight, and congratulations on getting to this point so far.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. I appreciate it. Good evening, Scott and Chris.
Good evening, sir.
Good to hear you.
Yep. So, long road, long campaign.
Mm-hmm.
What are you thinking? What are you feeling tonight? What's going through your head, your heart, and your mind?
Well, like you said, very, very long campaign. I announced back in January. I think it was January 5th, January 4th, somewhere in there. And so by the time we get around now, it's 10 months of campaigning. But although it was long, it definitely gave me an opportunity to spend time with our citizens, by being out in the community, going to community events, and just really hearing some feedback from them on what they were looking for from their sheriff's office, how we'd been doing over the last 3 years, and what we could, how we could potentially provide a better service to them as we move forward. So, but we're very optimistic this evening. Our committee is, we're excited. We're waiting to start seeing the numbers coming in, and I think that we ran a very good campaign. We were definitely busy for the 10 months, and I think we're going to see good results from that.
It has been a long campaign and a little bit testy at times with your challenger, Deputy Matthew King. You're both coming off that debate the other night, the other afternoon on WDAY, the Jay Thomas Show. What are your thoughts and feelings with regard to that debate and kind of what came out of that?
Sure. So I thought the debate, basically the message that I was trying to get out, I think it was very, I think that I was successful in getting out what I'm looking to do over the next 4 years. When I say both I and my staff, that's a message of a high level of public safety, collaboration with other agencies, strong community partnerships with our citizens, and that really was the message. Anytime that you have another individual running against you, an internal candidate, that makes things a little bit more challenging, right? Because you're going to have people inside the organization that are going to side with one person or the other, and so that makes it a little bit challenging. But I think that our staff is very professional. We talked about it early on in the campaign with the staff, just kind of making sure that we all focused on our mission going forward and everyone kind of stayed in their lanes, and that the main goal was to continue to go out and provide that high level of public safety to our citizens and try not to have any disruptions. And I think we were pretty successful with that.
You were first elected in 2019. Looking back now over the past 3 or 4 years, as you have put it, some challenging times, some ups and downs, dealing with a flood, some civil unrest, a pandemic, challenges with regard to recruiting and retention. You look back over these past few years, what comes to mind?
I don't think we've had a break, Tom. It has been challenging. Much like you said, all those things you mentioned are things that we worked through. But, I do continually remind our staff that through adversity comes opportunity. And I think through all of these things that we've had, that's given us a lot of opportunities to look and see how we can get better and stronger as an organization going forward and how we can better serve our citizens. And certainly when you have challenges like we've had, and you get an opportunity to work through those, it definitely gives you a different mindset going forward and being more resilient. And again, just providing that higher level of public safety, and it gives our staff experience working through, tough situations like that.
You oversee about 240 employees, 350 bed capacity jail, annual budget $20 million. It's a lot of responsibility. Are you sure you want to do this again?
Yeah, you know what? This is a great community to work in, Tom. I can go out daily and have our citizens come up to me and just say, "Hey, thanks for what you guys are doing," and that's what makes it rewarding, and that's what makes me want to continue on, is to serve the citizens of Cass County. I grew up in this community. I graduated from Fargo North, went to NDSU, and I'm very vested. And I want to make sure that we can keep our community a safe place. We want our families to have a safe place to raise their children. And yeah, I'm ready for another 4 years, and we're going to continue to be forward thinking. We're going to meet these challenges head on, and we're going to continue to grow and get better.
Speaking of forward thinking, if you are reelected, what do you look forward to doing? What would you say is maybe your top priority?
So we have a number of top priorities right now. Again, I'm always going to come back to public safety because that's number one. But then number two, and a part that plays in it, is right now we're trying to get that jail expansion completed. That's a really important part of public safety in our community. We're out of capacity there, and we've had some challenges with that. Currently I have 14 other people out at different jails right now because of capacity issues. And so I've been working collaboratively with our commissioners, with our county administrator to get this thing done. We've been working on it for 2 years. They've been great to work with. And I think that we have a great plan going forward on how we're going to design this thing so that we can meet some of the future challenges that we're going to come across. And that's going to be mental health issues, addiction issues. If we ever have a pandemic in the future, we're going to be able to work through those things based on how we're designing this thing. And so I really just think that when we get this done, there's going to be other agencies that look at Cass County and go, "Hey, how are you doing this? How are you providing this high level of public safety through incarceration?" And we're going to become, I believe, a role model for the way that we're doing that.
Just recently, if I recall correctly, a new initiative was launched at the jail. If I recall the name correctly, I think it was called the Reignite initiative,
Yep.
And an opportunity to provide support to inmates in terms of maybe some vocational counseling, career training, some spiritual encouragement and development, those types of things. Elaborate on that particular program and how and why you think that's going to be a good thing for the jail.
Well, I think our capacity issues are, it comes down to a number of different factors. Certainly, we're going to have those individuals that are inside our facility that are dangerous, are violent, and they can't be out in the community, right? Because if they do, someone's going to get hurt. And then we've got another group of individuals who are in there that have made that one or two mistakes, and we're really looking for how can we give them opportunities, like you said, through this program, through our Reignite program, to bring in maybe some skills, some trades, so that while they're in our facility, they can start learning some of these things, so that when they get released, they've got an opportunity to maybe go find employment, go find housing, and that way they don't come back into our facility. And that's going to help us with capacity. It's going to be fiscally responsible, right? Because then the taxpayers aren't paying to incarcerate them. And right now we're all short on employees. So if we can get them turned around and they start contributing to society successfully, that's a win-win for everyone. And then of course our jail chaplains program, that's a huge program for us. That also helps in that rehabilitative effort to get people on that straight and narrow track when they get out.
I'm speaking with Cass County Sheriff Jesse Johnner, first elected in 2019, seeking re-election here on this election night, November 8th, 2022. Scott and Chris, I'll give you an opportunity here in just a moment to forward a question to Sheriff Johnner if you would like. But my last question for you is,
what I enjoy most about the job is our community and the interactions that I get to have with them. Like I said, this is a great community to work in. The support here for law enforcement is excellent. I know that's not the same in all other parts of the country. And so, like I said, when I'm out on a day-to-day basis and I'm visiting with our citizens and they're happy to see us, they're happy that we're there to provide them public safety, that recharges me every day to go back out and continue to serve them. And of course, I'm always grateful to work with the staff that we have at the Sheriff's Office. We have an excellent staff, and that's another thing, coming into work every day and working with the excellent men and women of the Sheriff's Office. That keeps me going every day as well.
Well, thank you for that, Sheriff Johnner, and thanks for your service to those of us who live here in Cass County. Scott, do you have any questions you want to forward to Sheriff Johnner?
How do you gauge, how you're doing? What's your sense of the election results tonight, and how do you kind of keep tabs of getting a feel for that, Jesse?
Well, like we mentioned, or like I mentioned earlier, Scott, I announced that I was going to run back in January 5th, and since then we've been very busy. I mean, I don't think that my wife or I have had too many weekends off over this last 10 months, and so for me, being able to gauge it is really just me being out in the public and interacting with them and getting feedback from them on how they think we're doing as a sheriff's office. And I think that a majority of the responses I'm getting in that manner has always been positive. People like what we're doing, and they like to see us. They're asking for more visibility, and the interaction's been good. So I think that what we've been able to do over the last 3.5 years and build those community partnerships and stuff like that, I think that's really gonna show tonight on just how the citizens feel about what we're doing and how we're providing service to them.
Chris Berg, how about you, sir?
Sheriff Johnner, just want to say thank you for your service. Fortunately, I haven't had any contact with your office, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, no, that's good. especially since I've been telling our guys to keep an eye out for you.
I was gonna say, so I see your guys on my plates. I'm like, okay, but in all seriousness, I'm just curious, as you've been out. That's what's so fun to run. You get the chance to meet all the great people here in Cass County. Like, what's been the number one thing that people have been bringing up to you about? Hey, Sheriff, this has been great, or we'd like to see this a little bit better. What's been that one thing?
I think it's been a couple things, actually, Chris. I mean, one thing that I always hear back is visibility. We try to typically concentrate our patrol efforts out in the county because we're the ones that have jurisdiction out there, and with our smaller communities and the way that they're spread out, the amount of mileage that we need to cover. People just want to see us. They want to have visibility. They want to see their sheriff's office driving through their communities, interacting with them, interacting with their businesses, and coming up with proactive plans on how we can better serve them, how we can curb criminal activity. So that's definitely one. The other big thing right now is people feel like there's a rise in crime in Cass County, and they've really just been asking, how do we plan going ahead to deal with some of the crime issues that we're dealing with right now, addiction issues, the overdoses, some of the shootings that we've had in our area. And so we've been working diligently to kind of put some plans together to work through those issues and work collaboratively with the other agencies, because I really think that in order to maximize our resources and how we work through situations is going to be for us to really work together with other agencies so we can pool our resources together, we can share intel and come up with plans, because ultimately we're all working on the same issues, and we want to come to the same conclusion and kind of curb those criminal activities. So
Chris, thanks for that
Can I ask one last question, Tom?
Sure, Chris, we're on a tight schedule.
Oh, we are.
If you can.
Oh.
Yeah, we're getting ready to switch over to our sister station.
I'm sorry.
As well. Sheriff Johnner,
waiting for us next door.
Yeah, they are.
Sheriff Johnner, thank you, sir.
yes, thank you, Chris. Thanks, Scott.
Scott, thanks. Sheriff Johnner, thanks so much for the time tonight. We appreciate it. And I know you'd rather be with friends and family. So
I'll get some time to do that. So it's always good to visit with you guys as well and get this information out to our citizens. So
okay, thank you, sir. All the
Sounds
best
good.
moving forward tonight, and we'll continue to watch this race.
Yes, thank
closely.
you.
All right,
Thanks,
you got it. Chris and Scott, back to you guys.
Thank you. Tom Tucker and Ty Shonard are, out in the field, so we'll be hearing from them quite a bit tonight. What races are you most interested in keeping an eye on, Chris?
Gosh, there's so many of them.
This is one, certainly the sheriff's race.
This is one. And what I wanted to ask him, and I'll get your take. I don't know if you saw where they recently did like the SWAT one night where they were working with the Fargo PD. It was just in Fargo. It was like 4 or 5 hours. And there was like, I think 10 DUIs, a bunch of fentanyl cases. And maybe I'm naive, but I just sort of think of Fargo as like this, quaint little place. And the numbers were pretty stunning. I'm just wondering your take on that.
Yeah, I have to say I've seen that happen drip by drip, so it does not surprise me, that we've gotten to the point where we are. But you're right, it's not the Fargo of 20 years ago.
No.
Yeah.
Very well said. Races, I think this is one. I think Measure 2 is just going to be interesting to see, because I was asking you earlier offline, like, Scott, I mean, there's not really any major races in North Dakota, and yet the lines have just been ginormous for a midterm. How do you explain that?
And by the way, they're still in line.
Yeah.
Polls supposed to close at 7, and folks still waiting in
And it's
line
not
to
like
vote.
it's sunny out and warm. I mean, it's freezing outside, and people are still getting out there and voting. And what do you think is compelling people to get up off the couch and go?
I just think, everything you see in front of you, from inflation to, you mentioned the drug problem, crime. I mean, there's a lot of reasons to pay attention to what's happening right underneath our nose, and I think people are awakening to that, which I think is a good thing. I'd rather have that than apathy.
I would too.
Do
you think Jensen's got a shot to win in Minnesota?
if Jensen wins, it's a big red wave tonight. No question about it. And I think the answer is yes, just because the times of which they are. I think even in the Twin Cities, which normally would be a reliably blue vote, you've got people who, see the cost of everything going up, see crime spiking as it has in Minneapolis, some of the key issues. So, I think those things will weigh heavily on Walz. So it'll be very interesting.
Can you imagine a Minnesota with a GOP governor, GOP AG, and a GOP Secretary of State? Like, I can't even fathom what Minnesota would look like with that.
Yeah, no kidding. And by the way, some of the late polls definitely swayed towards Jensen. So it'll be interesting to see what's happened there. Measure 1 and 2 are going to be interesting. One is term limits, and I think the knee-jerk reaction there when you see term limits is, throw the bums out, but it's for governor and it's for legislators.
Yeah.
And, legislators are hard to come by. So it'll be interesting to see. I'm guessing that'll pass, but I didn't vote for it.
Really?
Yeah, I think it will.
See,
I think in this environment, the term limits just is, where do I sign up?
Wow. Because I think what someone brought up to me a really good point. It may have been you actually, but somebody was like, Chris, with the term limit problem, what happened then is all the bureaucrats take over. Because they're like, oh, I know the guy's out in 8 years, so I can just sit here and kind of push papers and not do anything.
I've never been for term limits. And one of the reasons is exactly that, because staff ends up running the show. Because it's just like, we'll just wait this one out. They'll be gone, and another one will be in here, and we'll tell them what to do. Now probably less likely with a legislator, right? There's going to be a lot of staff or a lot of issues there. More so if you got a member of Congress, and this is only for legislators and the governor. But nonetheless, I just have a sense that people are going to say yes.
Wow.
Yes. Just kind of the sign of the times. The Senate race, Hoeven, Christensen, Becker. What's your take there? We won't get results. I would imagine we'll start to trickle in results.
Yeah, I don't see any precincts reporting as of right now. So if that changes, we'll let you know. But I mean, it's Senator Hoeven, right? When you look at what's going on in the state, as far as when he was a governor and now a senator, I can't remember a time, Scott, that the state's ever been better primed economically than it is today. And I think it's pretty hard to argue that when you look at the rest of the country, what's happening versus what's happening in our state. I mean, I don't know how you argue against that.
Yeah, I know what's amazing, really, if you ask me, is that North Dakota is sort of bucking the trends of a lot of things you're seeing elsewhere where people are like, throw the bums out, right? We don't have much of that in the mood because North Dakota's doing pretty well. And
amazingly well.
Yeah, and very well. So it's like, do I want to fire anybody? I don't think I want to fire anybody. It seems to be the mood. I tend to agree with you there. You don't have that, strain that you have in some other places where people have said, no, I want them to be gone. We're going to be watching all these races for you tonight. We have the Senate races. We have in North Dakota, of course, the Senate race. We just mentioned Kelly Armstrong, and Kara Mund. There are a few legislative races as well. Both of those measures we'll be watching closely. And, of course, some of the things that are happening nationally as well. Have you noticed most of the polls that closed, it's, 8:23 in the East, and you've got polls that closed at 7 and at 8 o'clock some time ago with the time change, and you got a lot of too close to calls going on. So nothing, I think the only race that I saw that was called was Rubio and maybe DeSantis. Those races not close in Florida. But otherwise, you're getting a whole load of low amount of votes that have returned. And too close to call.
One thing I will just share here, I'm not saying this is a bellwether, moment, if you will, or decider, but Miami-Dade County, typically going to be more of a Democrat county, and it did go DeSantis pretty strong. It's Rubio, DeSantis down in Miami-Dade. So I don't know exactly how that's going to spell it for the rest of the country, but sometimes kind of fun to see where those counties end up going and what that could potentially mean going across the rest of the country. And I haven't followed the TikTok of the legislatures maybe as much as you have. Are there any legislative races in North Dakota or Minnesota that you're like, oh boy, that's one to really keep your eye on?
Not necessarily.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a number of races that are up, and it'll be interesting to see what's happening there. But a lot of name ID happens there. The previous one you mentioned, so it's Miami-Dade, and it's a Republican win by how much?
I don't know if they've got the exact numbers here, but it's like a dark red. It's not even a I'm on this Google U.S. Senate Florida results, and so they just have the coloring in there for each county, and it's a dark red on Miami-Dade, which bodes well potentially. I think the other thing that's going to be fun to watch, Scott, is from a congressional Senate standpoint, is what happens in those districts in very southern part of Texas, right? Very much Latino population. If those things all flip red, I think that's going to bode well for Congress and the Senate being taken over by the GOP.
You don't expect Beto to do well in Texas? Beto? Not going to have a big night down there? The Beto campaign headquarters probably not real busy?
That's one of those races that just sort of fell off the map, didn't it? I haven't heard anything about it.
Yeah.
Have you?
No.
Yeah, I thought it would be at least somewhat. I mean, the guy he's like Stacey Abrams. They went and raised out just $1 gazillion.
You see where there's a campaign party tonight? Mar-a-Lago. Mar-a-Lago. Newsmax is live at Mar-a-Lago for the campaign party there. How about that?
You ready for that announcement next week?
I think it's coming, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
Just a few subtle hints
I was
this week.
gonna say.
You kind of had to read between the lines. Yeah, good one. There was no reading between the lines. It's pretty obvious what's coming next week.
I mean, not to get. Are you ready for 2024 to start? I'm not.
You don't have any choice.
Yeah.
And so once the midterms are over, it starts. Yeah. No, I feel like, part of the reason the last 2 years have been so painful is because of Biden. It's just like, oh my gosh. And, a win in the House and the Senate tonight, which last I looked, the pickups have begun in the House. I don't know how we're doing on the Senate race. Chris, you can maybe look at that House and Senate races and see how the plus minus is going there. But it's very plausible, put it that way.
It is.
We could leave here tonight with Republican-controlled House. Nancy Pelosi hands the gavel over to Kevin McCarthy, and Republicans take control of the Senate.
So what do you want to see him do? Like, it's one thing to win and get in power, but are they going to do anything? And if so, what would you like to see him do?
I've asked that question of Kelly Armstrong many times. What will you do with it? And one of the things he goes to right away is to say, we got to get to the bottom of all these things that have happened. And so we're going to use our investigatory power. Too many IRS agents, loading up on IRS agents to do investigative things, the Hunter Biden deal. I mean, just go through line by line some of the things the Biden administration has pulled. I'd like to do something on the student loan deal. How do we have by fiat,
Yes.
a student loan forgiveness?
Amy Coney Barrett stopped that from going to the SCOTUS. I don't get it. So here's what I like to see happen: impeach Garland, impeach Mayorkas, let's just go, right?
Bring it on.
Yeah.
Listeners, Jason says, let's get it on. Yes on number 2. Yes
Oh,
on
really?
number 2. Yeah.
Do you think that passes here?
I don't.
Yeah,
But I think that the tide is definitely changing on it. One is term limits we talked about earlier. 2 is marijuana. I don't see anything improving in any of the states where it's happened, so I hope it doesn't happen here.
That's the only thing that I can think of why we had this big turnout, though. I mean, get a bunch of young people going out and saying, hey, let's go legalize marijuana, because otherwise there's really not, other than what you mentioned, yeah, the rest of the country's not good, but I got to say, North Dakota, things are pretty darn good compared to everywhere else. So
Right.
I've just been really surprised at how long the lines are.
Let's see here. We have the, what does this mean, Chris? U.S. Senate 3835.
Let's see. Are you looking at like a New York Times thing, or?
I'm looking at Chris's tally here. U.S. House this is maybe pickups tonight. Races were, they've won. Democrats have won 38 seats so far. Republicans 35. Is that what it's telling me? Okay. And in the House, the Republicans have won 23, Dems 13. So that's one of the reasons we have some significant pickups going. I mean, that's total amount of races. So it doesn't necessarily tell you, who's ultimately going to be a pick. We're a ways away from saying, okay, total amount means a pickup of whatever it is. So
I will say this: New York Times has got a projection. Again, this is early, but a projection of Republicans taking 233 seats and Dems at 202. So we'll see if that bears out to be true. Got text coming in. So sad. I went to the voting place on 45th Street twice. This happened to me almost. The line was too long for me to sit in because I had meetings. And so they ended up not getting a chance to vote. Scott, you and I talked about this earlier, where in Williston, I had texts from people throughout the day where, Williston is now a decent sized town,
You bet.
30,000 people.
Yep.
They had one voting place. It's 28 degrees out there. Elderly people, I was told, were just walking away going, I'm not going to sit in this line, when it was like a 60 to 90-minute line to go vote. And they just left. This person says they weren't able to vote either because the lines were just too long.
We have some new election results coming in as polls have closed, so we'll take those after we come back from a short break. Our special election coverage for Election Night 2022 brought to you by our friends at Labor Masters. With Chris Berg, I'm Scott Hennon. We'll continue with more after this.
Mostly cloudy with a slight chance for a few spotty showers this evening, as well as tonight, as we see temperatures cooling into the upper 30s. We'll have a gusty southeast wind over 30 miles an hour, which will turn out of the north around 10 to 20 throughout tonight. Another chance for scattered showers into your Wednesday. Could mix with a wintry mix from time to time. It will be breezy with a high of 42, and a winter storm watch goes into effect Wednesday night into Friday afternoon. The Skywatch Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Justin Storm.
Plains Grain and Agronomy is seeking to hire you. Are you a self-motivated professional who understands agronomy operations, including maintaining plant facilities and equipment, have great computer knowledge, a Class A CDL, has excellent time management and customer service skills? This job is for you. You must pass a pre-employment drug test and able to lift 50 pounds. More on the website. Go to plainsgrain.com. That's plainsgrain.com for this agronomy operations position.
The big election is today, and Rob Schmidt is on Newsmax tonight talking about the real issues the big media won't. Rob shows how inflation is killing us. Then Rob looks at our border, soaring crime, the woke agenda, and so much more. And Rob speaks with the candidates in the big races. He talks the latest polls with Dick Morris and more. I watch Newsmax for Rob Schmidt, and I invite you to do the same thing. Millions are switching to Newsmax. You should too. Get the latest poll data and election results directly to your cell phone from Newsmax. Just text the word RALLY to 39747. That's RALLY to 39747. Get the latest about Trump's big announcement too. Just text RALLY to 39747 right now. Again, that's RALLY to 39747 right now. Watch Newsmax on Rob Schmidt today. I watch Newsmax, and you should too.
My part-time service in the Army National Guard makes it possible for me to be more for the community I call home. I'm a better neighbor because my service has taught me how important it is to be a team player. My training helps me in my classes when I give attention to detail to the task at hand. My service also allows me to be there for my community in ways others can't. I help my hometown recover after nature strikes. My service in the Army National Guard allows me to keep my country and those I care about safe from threats. I also work with a network of professionals that help me succeed. Also, the Army National Guard's education benefits make getting a higher education a reality. Being an Army National Guard soldier makes living and serving in my community more rewarding every day. Learn more about how you too can live and serve part-time close to home by visiting NationalGuard.com.
Sponsored by the North Dakota Army National Guard. Aired by the North Dakota Broadcasters Association at this station.
If you're like most Americans, you can see things are out of control. Global problems have local consequences, too many of them. And if the next news headline spins us into chaos, you'd better be ready. Grocery store supply chains are only as strong as their weakest link. Don't wait for them to break. Today's the day to secure emergency food for everyone in your family. My Patriot Supply is America's largest preparedness company. Our specially packaged and delicious food stays fresh for up to 25 years in storage. It'll be there when you need it. Go to mypatriotsupply.com and pick up several emergency food kits. There are a dozen different sizes that average over 2,000 calories per day. As we all know, calories equals energy equals survival. And as you'd expect from a true preparedness company, our food kits are in stock and ship quickly. Those who know what's coming are preparing today. Go to mypatriotsupply.com. mypatriotsupply.com.
Election night 2022 with Chris Berg. I am Scott Hennon, covering it all. Polls close, and then we wait for the results. That's what we're doing now, doing a little bit of waiting. There are a number of races. Check in with our Fox News team for the latest on some of the national races next up at 7:35.
Every day. 5 inches of rain by tomorrow.
Temperatures being 30 degrees above average.
Put the power of over 100 meteorologists and the worldwide resources of Fox in your hands with the Fox Weather Podcast. Precise, personal, powerful. Subscribe and listen now at foxnewspodcasts.com. Democracy 2022, Election Night.
Welcome back to Fox News Radio's coverage of the midterm elections for 2022. I am Jared Halpern in New York City alongside Jessica Rosenthal. Polls are now closed in the state of Arkansas, and the Fox News Decision Desk can project that Senator John Boozman will return to the Senate for a third term. And Republican candidate and former White House press secretary Sarah Huckabee Sanders is projected to win the governor's race. She will replace the term-limited Republican Governor Asa Hutchinson. And Huckabee Sanders will also take the job that her father once had in the state of Arkansas. Also in the U.S. Senate, to Illinois, the Fox News Decision Desk can project that Senator Tammy Duckworth, the Democrat, will defeat Republican attorney Kathy Salvi. Duckworth, an Iraq War veteran and Purple Heart recipient. And the Decision Desk says the Democratic Governor J.B. Pritzker will win a second term, prevailing over a Republican challenge from Darren Bailey. Another race that the Fox News Decision Desk has already projected is in Florida, where Ron DeSantis has cruised to a second term over Charlie Crist. Republican Senator Marco Rubio also projected to win his re-election bid. We go to DeSantis headquarters in Tampa, Fox News Radio's Eben Brown. And boy, it's not as suspenseful as it used to be in Florida once upon a time, Eben.
No, I can tell you that all the absentee ballots and all the hanging chads couldn't force a recount tonight here in Florida, because we normally, as you're very right, Jared, we normally see very tight races statewide. Now, often Republicans win here, and that's what has always led Florida to be concluded as being a purple state. I think that's been erased now. Let's go back in time 4 years ago. Then Ron DeSantis, a congressman running for governor against Andrew Gillum, the mayor of Tallahassee, outgoing mayor of Tallahassee. And that race was decided after a recount, and DeSantis winning, obviously, by 0.4 of a percentage point. 0.4 of a percentage point. That was the win there. I mean, this was about 30-something thousand votes. 4 years later, Governor Ron DeSantis defeats a challenge from a very well-known, well-liked, experienced Florida politico, Charlie Crist, a former governor, beats him by 15 percentage points. That's a lead as wide as the Everglades, Jared.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it was not the race that it was 4 years ago. That Senate race also not as close as it was once thought to maybe be. And to that point, then, does this tell us anything about the political future of Governor DeSantis? I mean, one of the questions he faced in his reelection bid was whether he was committed to being governor for a full 4 years.
Well, that's a big question, and I think a lot of that has to do with Donald Trump and whether or not the former president's going to try again.
Sounds like he's got an announcement in
People
Florida
are putting the
next
money
week.
on his announcement, but listen, let's not put it past the former president to gather us together in a room just to tell us something else that we weren't expecting to hear, because he's done that before, and he's a master at manipulating us. So let's maybe for just a minute, let's pretend that that's not happening. If that Donald Trump is not running for re-election, I think there will be a lot of eyes on Ron DeSantis, but there also already are a lot of eyes on Ron DeSantis. There are plenty of plenty of people who will proudly wear the red hat and call themselves a MAGA Republican, who say, we love Donald Trump, but his time has passed. We have this young guy, 44 years old, he could step in this role pretty easily, and he'd get a lot of support from around the country. In the past few weeks, Governor DeSantis has been brought all around the country to rally for other Republican candidates in other states. It's a bit unheard of for a sitting governor seeking re-election himself. Yeah. So he has, regardless of what it is, whether he's going to run in 2024 for the presidency or he's going to hold out to 2028, he probably has a bright future because he's still quite young. He's 44 years old. He'll finish now his time in the governor's mansion in Tallahassee by 2026. That's 2 years to launch a 2028 campaign. It's plenty of time.
Boy.
It's time to write a book, whatever it is.
I was afraid it was too soon to talk about 2024, and here you are way beyond that part of the calendar.
We got to stay one step ahead of this here because we have to block off our days off on the calendar.
That's good. No, that Evan Brown always planning the next vacation. Sarah, appreciate the time. We'll check in throughout the evening as I guess you wrap it up there in Tampa. Evan Brown with us at Ron DeSantis's campaign event. Let's bring in Josh Crossower. It's never too soon to talk future elections with Josh. Josh, Fox News Radio political analyst and at Axios now too. Congratulations on that new byline, Josh. So let's talk about Florida, right? Ron DeSantis just cruising here to re-election. Not at all the way that he won a first term. Does this tell us anything about Florida? Does it tell us anything about Ron DeSantis? Does it tell us anything about what kind of night it may be for Republicans or Democrats? Or is this just one race out of many that you're following?
Well, it is a very encouraging early signal for the Florida governor, who not only is leading big with a lot of the early vote in, so this is the more Democratic vote in the count. But what's fascinating is that he is doing extremely well in two Hispanic majority counties that Republicans usually lag behind in. That's Miami-Dade, which is the population center down south, where it looks like he's on track to win Miami-Dade for the first time for any governor since 2002 and Jeb Bush. And even like in up north in Orlando, in the Orlando area, Osceola County, which has been a very Democratic county with a lot of Puerto Rican voters in that part of the state. DeSantis currently leading in that part of the state as well. So, what we are starting to see here, and I don't know if it's just Florida based or if we start to see this across the country, but the Hispanic vote looking a lot more Republican than it has in quite some time.
And again, the question is going to be, is that unique to Florida, or is this happening in some of these states, some of these races? I assume you're going to be looking closely at, say, that New Mexico governor's race, a lot of these up for grab seats along the border country in Texas, and how this Arizona race shakes out.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's important to
that
know
I should add to that list.
Yeah,
of course. And look, they're Cuban Americans, Puerto Ricans, and Venezuelan Americans. In Florida, you have more Mexican Americans.
Yeah. And we should point out the Hispanic vote is not a monolith.
It is not a monolith, and we don't know if you can extrapolate this. But look, let's talk about Ron DeSantis, because it looks like he's running up the score. Listen, he's running up the score in Florida.
So, I mean, does this say, like, I'm ready for the big time? I mean,
look, Jared, this is rocket fuel. If he does, and it sounds like he does from everyone I've talked to in that DeSantis orbit, wants to run for president, is fine with challenging former President Trump, and he's got the possibility of a significant victory in a key state with a major coalition, a broad coalition that can really make the argument to Republican voters that, you might like Trump a lot, but this guy not only is a winner, but he's drawing a generational contrast as the future, perhaps, of the Republican Party.
What's up between DeSantis and Trump, right? Because they did not campaign together, right? I mean, they don't have the same type of like symbiotic relationship that Trump has inserted himself in other races.
You didn't like the Ron DeSanctimonious.
Well, exactly, right? So, I mean,
clearly, look, Trump has been brewing and stewing about DeSantis for some time. He obviously wasn't participated in that final Florida rally with Senator Rubio, Senator Scott. So clearly there's no love lost at this point right now between the two possible big time Republican contenders. But look, they're on the, I think the story after the midterm results are counted and we get some semblance of where things stand. The next story is this clash of the titans in the Republican Party between the mentor and the former commander in chief and Donald Trump. and the mentee who looks like he is the rising star within the party.
Let me ask you about another state that used to be a swing state, and to Jessica Rosenthal's earlier point, sort of trending more red, and that's Ohio. All right, we've already called, the Fox News decision desk has already projected that Governor DeWine will easily win re-election, but this Senate race between Tim Ryan and J.D. Vance remains too close to call. If Ryan pulls this out, or even keeps the margin much closer than Democrats have been in recent elections, does that set a template in your view for sort of what the Democratic Party looks like moving forward?
Well, look, he ran a very good campaign. Candidates matter in Senate races, especially. You know, the House races, they're more traditional, blue versus red, put your partisan jerseys on. And I think that's where you're going to see more of a wave. The Senate comes down to candidates, and Ryan is, looking like he's going to, it's going to be close, perhaps in Ohio. And DeWine, the governor, running up the score in his race. So there are a lot of ticket splitters in some of these big battleground states with governor's races and Senate races. And you can see Ryan's the best example of it right now, but you can see the impact of candidate quality in this political landscape.
Josh, Jessica here. We're hearing that in Miami-Dade, in that specific area, that that DeSantis and Marco Rubio for Senate, that they did really well, and that areas of particular note. What do you make of those numbers? Does that go beyond just the, like, to your earlier point, the Latino vote and where it's going? Is that inclusive of maybe some Democrats or just more independents? So what's happening in Miami-Dade if those numbers are like that?
Well, look, the Cuban American vote has always been a lot more Republican than a lot of other Hispanic constituencies in Florida and elsewhere. So that's not it's shifting more to the right. But I think what's remarkable just is the margin that we're seeing in Miami-Dade and what we could end up seeing by the end of the night. Even with Miami-Dade's Cuban American population, the last time a Republican governor, won the state of Florida in Miami-Dade County was Jeb Bush in 2002. The last time a Republican president carried Miami-Dade County was George H.W. Bush in 1988.
Wow.
So that's a little bit of context to explain why this is very significant. That if DeSantis not only wins Miami-Dade, but it's a healthy margin, I mean, this is a landslide of quite significant proportions.
Excellent context from Josh Krausauer. Enjoy your election night, my friend. I know you enjoy it as much as I do. We'll pause right here. Listen, at the top of the hour, a lot of big states with big implications close their polls. So we will return to Washington, get a look at that balance of power. Stay with us. We are just getting started. You are listening to Democracy 2022 Election Nights on Fox News Radio and the Fox News app.
Sunday. An iconic showdown. Shaped by history.
The receiver did not maintain possession. It is good. The Packers are moving on.
Fueled by passion. A rivalry reborn. Cowboys, Packers, Sunday on Fox.
The Dean's List with Janice Dean.
A patient in Rome, Italy, that played the saxophone while he underwent surgery makes today's Dean's List. In an incredible 9-hour operation, a team of surgeons removed a brain tumor during something called awake surgery without compromising the patient's neurological functions. The man known as CZ played the theme song to the movie Love Story and the Italian national anthem at various times throughout his surgery. Amazingly, the procedure was on a Monday and CZ was discharged just a few days later. His surgeon says he was proud that his patient was able to get back to a normal life very quickly, and also proud that they were able to do it while advancing medicine. Every awake surgery is a discovery. It offers a window into the fascinating function of our brain. Congratulations to all the doctors who made this happen, and to CZ for sharing his story. Janice Dean, Fox News.
Now, from the historical audio archives of Fox News.
Election night 2022 on AM 1100 The Flag. Hi, everybody. I'm Scott Hannon, and Chris Berg is here. You got some results in. A whole 1%. 1%. Jump up and down. We got 1% of a race to.
And this is from the New York Times, so take it for what it is. What it says here: 1% in the U.S. Senate race. Senator John Hoeven with 63% of the 1%. Katrina Christensen with 25%. And Rick Becker with 13. That's about all we have up to this point.
Interesting. Well, it'll be interesting to see how much that changes.
Yes.
As the rest of the 99% come in. Yeah. One well-heeled prognosticator in North Dakota said Hoeven will be about 53, 54. You'll have the Democratic candidate Katrina Christensen at 24, 25. And Rick Becker at 18, 19, maybe 20. So It's not too far off of what the 1% is. So we'll have to see what happens.
No, I just, Senator Hoeven, you just kind of assume is going to walk out there with 75, 80. It's just kind of how he plays, right? And so if it's at 54, okay, it'll be interesting.
Yeah. I mean, he's got some competition. He's got a Democrat, he's got an independent against him. So that's going to certainly peel into the race a little bit. Our Ty Schonert is standing by, covering lots of races out there, out and about tonight. So, Ty, where are you at?
We are currently at Legends Sports Bar and Grill in Moorhead right now, and I am currently sitting with Nikki Pollock, who is one of the 3 school board members out of 11 that are running for the seats. How are you doing today?
I'm fantastic.
So you're running as a part of a trio, and that's the reason why I'm talking to all 3 of you at this point. And how important is that trio to the 3 of you working together, collaborating? What was that like?
We actually work really well together. My weaknesses are their strengths and vice versa. And so as a trio, I couldn't have asked for 2 better teammates.
And we spoke on WDAY radio earlier today, but I'm going to ask you again, how are you feeling right now? You said you were a little calm, right?
I am. I'm just chillaxed. I did a lot of praying this afternoon and tea drinking, and I just gave it to God. It's in his hands, and his will be done.
You said that you spoke to a lot of the voters. You went door knocking a lot, along with Ken Luce here, who said it was a lot of the door knocking as well. And one of the things that you talked about is that you feel like you change people's minds. And I think that's interesting, even regardless of the outcome, regardless if you get in the seat or if you don't, you feel like you change minds of people who are Minnesota or who are Moorhead voters, who are Minnesota voters. Tell me about that experience. Tell me what that's like.
Well, I think we opened a lot of minds to pay more attention to certain races, like local Moorhead school boards. And I think that people are going to start paying more attention in the future, and also really finding out who the candidates are and paying attention and digging deep into what they're about.
I will say that the Fargo school board meetings and school board meetings in general in the area have been pretty hot topics recently. And so I will say that is absolutely true. People are paying attention, and we're covering it because people are paying attention.
Yeah, exactly.
They're prominent topics. One of the things that the last thing I want to ask you before I trade off to Lisa Hahn here is that, and I asked you this on WDAY as well, how do you feel being a trio worked for your campaign? Obviously, you said that the strengths and weaknesses of each other, you benefited and you supported each other.
Mm-hmm.
But do you feel that running as a trio, when you all act and run on very similar policies, do you feel that helped or hurt you at all?
I feel that helped us.
Okay.
We got the message out that all 3 of us, had the same values and beliefs, and we're about the same freedoms and stuff. And so it absolutely helped us.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask that Lisa Hahn step on in here because we have a lot of people to get to. We don't have a lot of time. So I'm going to get to you real fast. How you doing, Lisa?
I'm doing good. Yeah.
So we're in Legends Bar right now, and this is the first place I met you as well. So it's kind of a cinematic ending to our conversation.
Yes.
So how are you feeling right now?
I guess I'm happy because we did it, regardless of, the outcome and that we want to see or don't want to see, whatever. Like we're all here together.
I always give people credit for running a campaign, no matter how successful they are, because it is still a very difficult thing to do. No matter even getting all the paperwork in alone is a challenge, but actually getting out there, doing the door knocking, doing the policy evaluations, doing whatever you need to do to get things done and to provide something for the voters to chew on and to work with.
Exactly.
That's always a challenge. What do you think on that?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely lots to chew on, and I think we navigated that. We really, I don't know, my mind's just kind of everywhere right now.
So let's condense that.
Yes.
So what happens after tonight? Obviously, there's the yes or the no if you are accepted in or if you're not going to become a school board member. What happens if you are, and what happens if you are not? I want to hear what those are.
Well, I mean, it all goes down to who are the other people who are, going to be in there too, and just really learning how to work together and, do what's best for the kids, for this community. And, like I said earlier and other times is, I want to really emphasize the voice of the community members, especially the parents of the kids, that they are heard. So if I get in there, I'm going to be helping to make sure that the public comment period gets reopened up to the recording, so there's accountability, so people know what parents are saying and there's accountability to what's being said. And if we don't get on there, we're going to reevaluate things and determine how to move forward, because we're still going to be here.
My last question before we get Kent Lucier over here real quick, so I will need to get his attention real fast. But when it comes to that, it sounds like you're attending a lot of meetings. You're involved. You're one of the, because I went even to a Fargo school board meeting recently, and you were there. Like, you're at these meetings. You're participating. You're paying attention, and you're calling out people. And I hear you do it. And so when it comes to these things, how important is, not only if you're not elected official, how important is that, and how do you feel the impact of being a participant at these meetings?
Well, I feel like it's my responsibility as an American to speak up, but it's not just about me speaking up. It's also encouraging other people to be a voice, and that we can be a voice together, because it's not, so many people want to just rely on one person to get the job done, but really it's a team effort. And so I'm here to help people come together and let our voice, what is the issue going on and what can we do about it, and take action for that.
So I will need to grab Kent's attention. He is currently having some stuff over there.
All
so
right.
Can you grab him real quick for me?
Yes, I'll do that. All right.
Awesome. So these are the three candidates that are running for this spot, for these 11 spots here. We have Ken Lucier, Nikki Pollock, and Lisa Hahn. All three of them are looking to fill the 3 of the 11 open seat, or 3 of the seats that are being attacked at by 11 different candidates. Ken, how you doing, friend?
Well, I'm doing pretty good. I'm having a good time this evening.
I was going to say, you just got appetizer here. I hope it's delicious for you.
Very much so.
So we have a couple more minutes to talk here. And
Okay.
and I'm going to kind of ask some of the same question we talked on WDAY with. And so how are you feeling right now? The election is getting close. We have 3 minutes left before the polls close. How does that feel?
Well, I'm excited about the coming results. I know we did the best we could, Ty. There's some things that maybe next time that we learn from this experience, but from what we knew to begin with, I think we did very well getting our message across. And I'm excited to find out how the voters are going to react here very soon.
So what was that message? What do you think what lessons should people take away from your campaign? What story should people listen to when they recount the story of KNL?
Well, the thing that seems to excite most people, for me, there's a couple of things. Wanted to reclaim the schools, because the schools have been basically abdicated to external forces, i.e. the federal government, the state government, and the current board seems to have kind of just rubber stamped a lot of those in general. Our approach is a little bit different. We want the control taken back to this district, to the parents, to the taxpayers, to the students. And we're going to, if we get elected, it's going to be reflected in the policies that we favor and advocate.
And regardless of the outcome, right? Because it sounds from everyone, from all three of the camp of you that I've talked to so far, it sounds like no matter what happens, if you get elected or if you don't, it sounds like the message that you're saying is being heard loud and clear by people in the neighborhood.
Oh, absolutely. It's been being heard loud and clear. Some people don't like that message, but we think most of the people, or many of the people, do like that message. It's the message that they haven't heard recently for the school board elections.
And bar minimum, it encourages more school board participation, which in the end of the day, it's kind of what you're looking for, right?
Oh, that's one of the biggies, Ty, for crying out loud. Right now, participation is being discouraged. And one of the first things I'm going to do if I get hired is going to get back to encouraging people to come before the board. Encourage it. Give them my personal phone number instead of a number at the school district that I might check once a week.
Last parting message for any of the people who are listening right now?
I just want to thank everybody that listened to us, whether they agree with me or Nikki or Lisa or not, to consider us and to think about what their vote represents, because the future is in the young people of this community. And that's what it's all about. And that's what drives me.
We're going to headbound back to the Flag Family Studios where Chris Berg and Scott Hennon are standing by. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ty. Thank you, Ken. Thank all those candidates. Isn't it great to have a robust set of candidates for the school board? I mean, yeah, exactly. School board races should be just off the charts, full of people willing to pay attention. And it seems like there's been some, I guess, a new energy to that effort of late. So glad to hear it.
Very much so.
What do we got? Zeros across the board. Zeros. We're waiting for 1% with the welcome here of the election results. So we have to take a break for the news. Our election coverage brought to you by Labor Masters on WZFG, Dilworth, Fargo, Moorhead, USA. It's 8 o'clock. Time for Fox and an update.
This is a Fox News alert. Key races being decided. I'm Lisa Lacera. It's 9 o'clock in New York. Polls have just closed in 15 more states. We are ready for our next major round of projections. In the Senate, we begin in the battleground state of Arizona, where the Fox News decision desk says Democratic Senator Mark Kelly and Republican venture capitalist Blake Masters are locked in a tight race. Over to Wisconsin, where incumbent Republican Ron Johnson and Democratic Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes are also locked in a close race. In Colorado, again, a battleground. The race is too early to call, but incumbent Democratic Senator Michael Bennet leads Republicans believe Joe O'Dea, a moderate local business owner, has a good chance to take his seat. And the Fox News decision desk has projected Florida Republican Ron DeSantis has defeated Democrat Charlie Crist. Fox's Tom Graham has this live.
Lisa, Democrat Charlie Crist wasted little time in conceding the governor's race.
Governor DeSantis, to you and your family, I wish you only the best. And I wish the best to my fellow Floridians.
Well, DeSantis appears to have easily cruised to re-election in Florida 4 years ago. He just squeaked out a victory over his Democrat rival. It could be a sign DeSantis is gaining in popularity or that Florida is turning from a purple to a more solid red state. Fox News decision desk has also called a win for GOP Senator Marco Rubio over Democrat Val Demings. Lisa.
Tom Moore from the Fox News decision desk, which can project that Illinois Senator Tammy Duckworth will defeat Republican attorney Kathy Salvi. Duckworth is an Iraq War veteran and Purple Heart recipient. Also in Illinois, the decision desk says that Democratic Governor J.B. Pritzker will win a second term. He prevails over GOP challenger Darren Bailey. Listen to Fox News Radio's Democracy 2022 election night coverage live tonight on the Fox News app. Just click listen. America is listening to Fox News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
More information from the Fox News decision desk. In governor's races in New York, the Fox News decision desk says incumbent Governor Kathy Hochul has a lead against GOP House Rep. Lee Zeldin. Nobody thought this race in the Empire State would even be close until polling showed crime was by far the #1 issue among Republican voters. In Arizona, another high-profile contest is also too early to call. The race between Democratic Secretary of State Katie Hobbs and Republican Kari Lake. The Fox News decision desk says that in Michigan, Democratic Governor Gretchen Whitmer has a slight lead, but that race also too early to call. An Illinois man who had his jail sentence commuted last year is now back behind bars and facing charges in multiple states.
Gerald Reed had his conviction overturned last year and sentence commuted by Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker after Reed and his lawyers argued that his confession to a 1990 double murder was beaten out of him by Chicago police. Now Reed finds himself back in trouble with the law.
For a level 3, it's anywhere from a minimum of 3 years up to 16 years in jail.
Adam Tavitas speaking to Fox 32 Chicago. He's Gerald Reed's public defender in Lake County, Indiana, where he's currently being held in jail after allegedly robbing 2 women at gunpoint in a Walmart parking lot. Reed's been arrested and charged multiple times in Indiana, Illinois, and Wisconsin over the past few months. He's also facing a potential retrial in that double murder case. Matt Napolitano, Fox News.
A major winter storm pounding California, bringing rain and snow, along with possible flash flooding in areas recently scarred by wildfires. Forecasters expect between 1 and 3 inches of rainfall throughout Wednesday in the Los Angeles area's coast and in the Los Angeles valleys. On Wall Street, Election Day brought another rise in stocks. The Dow added 333 points. The Nasdaq gained 51. The S&P plus 21. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Well, it's a waiting game still. Hi, friends. Scott Hannon along with Chris Berg. Election night 2022. What do the early tea leaves tell you, Chris? Not a darn thing, right? What do we know? Too early.
So we've got 22 of 398 precincts reporting here in the great state of North Dakota. So obviously very, very early. But what you'd expect right now, Senator John Hoeven, you had the number 55%. Again, it's early, but he's at 55. Kelly Armstrong at almost 62%. Michael Howe, the GOP there for Secretary of State, over 60%. Drew Wrigley, almost 70% of the vote there for Attorney General. Aid Commissioner Doug Goring, over 72%. So the one thing that I will share that's interesting, initiated measure number 1, again, 22 precincts out of 398, but you were right. 63% said yes on the term limits. And then for the marijuana, we've got only 40% at yes, 60% at no. So again, it's very, very early, but at least there's a pulse, as you said earlier.
Yeah, exactly right. What is that on the initiated measures? I'm trying to see what percentage that would be so far. I guess it's just telling us just precincts, right?
Yes.
That 22 of 398 have reported fully, and 25 of 398 have reported partially. So it's
like 5%.
It's very early. Yeah, exactly right. Of those numbers. Let's go back to the Senate race. John Hoeven at 55%. This again, same amount of early precincts reporting here. A small percentage of the total precincts reporting, but Hoeven at 55%. The Democrat Katrina Christensen at 28%, and then Rick Becker at 15%. Does that surprise you?
Yes and no. I mean, yes, because I don't know where these precincts are at. I think Rick might do pretty well out west, but I think a lot, like even today I was in line and a woman was like, "Did they tell you if it's Democrat or Republican on the ballot?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, you'll know." So I think a lot of people are just going to go RRDD and they don't really think about it.
And him being an independent, you wouldn't see that.
Yeah. Or at least it makes it a little bit more difficult to go, wait, independent. Okay.
Yeah. The other thing is the Ag Commission race. I didn't even know there was a race. I'm dead serious. I didn't know until I got to the polls today to vote. I'm like, oh, there's an Ag Commission race. I like this Fintan Dooley that was running the Democrat. I never heard of the guy.
Well, at one point, I think I saw a headline in the forum where he's like, I'm not going to win. I'm just in the, like, it was just sort of this throwaway, but that's kind of where the North Dakota Democrat Party is these days. They'll just find somebody and put you up and say, hey, can you go do this for us? And
yeah.
Do you think Kara Munn does anything in this race?
Well, no. I mean, she's, well, let's compare her to the other Democrats. She got 37% to, I don't know if it's fair to compare her to Katrina Christensen in the Senate race because that's 28%. But there's obviously an independent running in that race. What did the Democrat get in the Secretary of State's race? 31%. So got I guess just slightly less a number than she did. How about the Attorney General's race? 30% there, 27%, 31%. I'm just looking at other Democrats that are on the race. 33%. Now again, it's early, but I think those percentages aren't going to be off too far.
I agree.
And she did get a little more than most, but it's still thumping. I mean,
yes.
it's in this case right now 61% to 37%. So it's and she ran as an independent. I think there was obviously a Democrat in that race, if you remember, initially, and the Democrat, after she had some Democratic apparatus support, backed out of the race. So she had the benefit of a one-on-one race.
So I've got a tweet here. It says the AP has now called the U.S. Senate race here in North Dakota, obviously for Senator John Hoeven.
Yeah, I think that's more than safe.
Yes.
Yeah. Senator Hoeven reelected as senator from North Dakota, now called by the AP decision desk.
Yep.
Somebody's
AP,
calling it.
yes.
Yeah, exactly right. So Katrina Christensen and Rick Becker. I wonder if Rick Becker goes into a race like that thinking he has a chance to win. I mean, you got to go in and battle and lay your heart out there. But I don't. Did he put his head on the pillow last night thinking I could win this tomorrow?
I don't think so. Do you?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it'd be hard. It'd be hard to campaign and put the signs up and do all the things that you do and not have in your heart of hearts any chance that you're going to win. But from the outside looking in, he didn't have a chance to win, right? And anybody could tell you, okay, you got Hoeven, a gold standard name for how many times on the ballot, number one. Number two, you got a Democrat who it doesn't matter if the Democrat is named Potted Plant. The Democrat's going to get the rough percentage of the vote that they're going to get, because some people are, about that 25 to 28% of the vote total is going to be Democrat, no matter what. So now you're left to battle the
middle and
right. I don't want the incumbent. I don't want the Democrat. I only want. So I mean, that's a tough pull.
Very, especially when it's pretty late. Like after the convention, Rick said, "Okay, I'm not going to run. I'll abide by the convention." And then he changed his mind fairly. I think it was probably August. Maybe he made his mind up to do that. So a couple months to try to run a good race against someone who's been around for a long time, like a John Hoeven. It's a tall order.
We got a few more precincts in now. Hoeven at 58%, Christensen at 26%, Becker at 15%. His percentage didn't change. Kelly Armstrong's percentage goes up a little bit, 63% to 36% against the Democrat, Cara Mund. Michael Howe, the Secretary of State candidate, at 62%. There's going to be a new Secretary of State in North Dakota. Think
First
about
time
that.
in how long? Like 30 years, maybe?
Yeah, 150 years, I think. Yeah. I mean, Al Jaggers had that post for a long, long time. Man alive. So anyway, Michael Howe into that post, which will be interesting. 30% for Powell there, and Tuttle at 7%. I think that tells Charles Tuttle maybe it's time to take up a new line of business, a new line of work. I don't know. Drew Wrigley at 70% so far. Tim Lamb rather at 29%. 70 is that's Doug Goring 74% to his challengers 25%. Julie Fedorchuk at 69%. Sherry Haugen Hofford at 68%. Ryan Crocius, get a load of this, 98%.
Wow.
Now he didn't have an opponent, so you got to give him a 98% said hey, I'm going to go for this guy. It's pretty good. Republicans and Democrats agreeing on that race. And let's see here on measure number one, that's the measure related to term limits. This thing's going to win. Yes is 63%. No is 36%. Just it's the mood.
It is.
It's the mood. And I'll say this: I voted no, and I think term limits are a terrible idea, because that's what we do when we vote. That's what we do today when we went out there. Now you're taking that away. You're taking that away from me. You're saying somebody's done. Chris Berg's done a great job. No, he's done.
Exactly.
He's done.
If you're good at something, let people continue to do it. So
on the good news front, measure two, losing soundly 60 to 39%.
Yes.
And I actually thought that one could have the potential of passing. People saying, it's
going to happen.
Other states have done it. Why don't we just, da-da-da-da-da. So anyway, some new results there that we're watching as well. Minnesota's really being slow. I've been looking for update. Do you have anything statewide, Chris? Super producer Chris Larson here. Nothing statewide at all. Reporting on it. It's 8:13. The polls closed in Minnesota at
8 o'clock.
Well, they closed at 8?
Yep.
So I guess they're okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're only 13 minutes in here.
We do have 0.19% of them reporting, but there's no numbers to report at this time. So, again, the race to watch there, obviously the governor's race. Speaking of governor's races, just unless there's anything else, Scott, that you want to say about North Dakota, I'm curious when you look at DeSantis. I mean, DeSantis crushed it in a very purple state. Does that play any TikTok into his decision for 2024? Does it impact how Trump plays this game?
Ron DeSantis is not a candidate if Donald Trump is. But here's DeSantis, by the way, in his victory speech.
There you go.
Let's listen to this.
And the people of this state have responded in record fashion. Now, while our country flounders due to failed leadership in Washington, Florida is on the right track. I believe the survival of the American experiment requires a revival of true American principles. Florida has proved that it can be done. We offer a ray of hope that better days still lie ahead. I am proud of our achievements in this state. I am honored by your support, and I look forward to the road ahead. I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race in this first term, and I have kept the faith. We've accomplished more than anybody thought possible 4 years ago, but we've got so much more to do, and I have only begun to fight. God bless you all. Thank you very much. Thank you for a historic landslide victory.
That was a historic landslide victory.
Historic.
It 85% of the vote in, 60% for DeSantis, 40% for Christ. Not close.
No,
Goes
which
back to your
again,
point of Florida.
I mean, it was very, very purple not too long ago. And right now I'm looking at the congressional districts. You've got 25 in the state. Only 8 of them went Democrat. The rest went Republican. So things are turning in that state. I think between Ron DeSantis and you and I were down in Miami a while ago, Mayor Suarez doing incredible things in Miami. When you see Miami-Dade go for DeSantis, I think it speaks volume too, Scott, about where the Cuban, Venezuelan, the Latino vote is headed across the country, which is going to bode well for Donald Trump in 2024. That's why I think you watch tonight those southern Texas congressional districts. I think that will obviously speak volumes about how Trump's going to continue to talk about immigration and the wall after he announces.
I believe that DeSantis is wise enough not to weigh into the race when Trump is there.
And he's young enough to run in 2028.
Right. And he just got reelected governor, right? So, I mean, you can't win reelection for governor and go, oh, by the way, I want to be president.
Yes.
That would not bode well with Floridians at all. So I think he's going to be content to be right there and not weigh in. Plus, it's very obvious next week that Donald Trump is going to announce his candidacy for president in 2024. Donald Trump can't not be on the stage. He can't not be the topic of conversation politically. And if he were not to run for president, it would be more of a kind of, do you hear what he said about so and so? But it wouldn't be taking him serious. So I think Trump is 100% next week going to say I'm a candidate for president.
And what's going to be fascinating, you see what Musk is doing with Twitter and then Trump doing his thing. I mean, it's going to be a different field, different playground than we had obviously in 2020 when they're trying to obviously not show the Hunter Biden story and all that kind of stuff. I just, people are rising up, and it'll be, especially if there's a Republican Senate and House with the investigations. I think Trump sees that. That's going to bode well for him, and we'll see what it bears out.
Senator John Hoeven going to join us a little bit and talk about his victory coming up. We have that race already called by the national desks. Let's see what we have for a new number there, Chris. A few more precincts that are reported, and he's at 57% now. 24% for Katrina Christensen and 17% for Rick Becker. None of these races are close. Kelly Armstrong, big win. Michael Howell, big win. Drew Wrigley, big win. Doug Goring, the ag commissioner, 75-24. Big win. Julie Fedorchik, public service commission member. There were 2 public service commission members up, both Republicans. I'm sorry, both incumbents that won, Julie Fedorchuk and Sherry Haugen-Hoffert as well. Not, Julie Fedorchuk 71-28.
Yes.
Sherry Haugen-Hoffert 69-24. We got to get Brian Crocius on 98% of the vote. He's going to put that on his wall. 98% of the vote. Oh, and if he gets, really kind of full of himself, then the Justice for the Supreme Court, Daniel Crothers, will come down there and say, hey, I had 99.22%. That's pretty good, though.
It is very good.
Yeah, it's very good. The measures, one on term limits, 62-37. What do you think of that passing? I mean, it hasn't passed yet, but it's going to pass.
I think you nailed it. I would have never guessed that. I thought more people were going to think like you and I and say, you know what? If someone's good at it, let them do it. I don't want bureaucrats running the show, but this is clearly going to pass, and we'll see what that means, obviously, for the legislature here in North Dakota.
Very interesting is right. And also, most times, I think it's good to have new blood in there and new folks that are in there and that kind of turnover. What's required of you as a legislator is pretty significant.
Yes.
80 days every other year. And it isn't like you, work your day job and then go in for a few minutes and work on the legislative stuff. It's a full-time job as a legislator. It's a full-time job that you're hard at it. So the number of people that can do that.
Exactly.
And you look at people that are going to term out from that race. I don't know. That's pretty tough.
Do we go to an annual legislative session, do you think, in North Dakota at some point?
I don't know. North Dakota's pretty stuck on tradition.
Yeah.
Keeping things the same. All right. So a little while for Senator Hoeven, it sounds like. All right, Dan, we can go to Ty Schoenert when you're ready. D, for an update there as well. 21 past the hour. Our coverage brought to you by Labor Masters. Election coverage 2022. Finally getting some North Dakota results in. And as we look at them, percentage-wise, Cass County, we have all the results in. So we should have a sheriff's result there, guys. I would think. Because all of the results are in Cass County now. For the legislative races. Let me just look here. Wait a minute. We have partial results. I take that back. Precincts fully because the Senate race, there's nobody there. Let's just see what we have. Telling us it's partially the results in. But I don't know where the partial
I don't either because I've got
results are going.
0 here on Cass County.
Yeah, you got 0 too, Chris?
Yeah.
You see the top where it says partially?
Oh, yes, I do. I think because I was looking at some of the counties, I think give me a moment here. I can maybe help us out with that. I think like Pembina County's got their results in, so it's pretty limited. See, Pembina's got 6 of 6. Burke has got 6 of 6. So it's McHenry's got 8 of 8. It's a little bit more rural counties that are putting results in so far.
Got it. All right. So we'll wait for more results from the North Dakota election officials and county auditors, Secretary of State, as they get rolling there. Polls closed in North Dakota at 8 o'clock, so we've been only about 22 minutes. So we'll take a quick break and come back with more. We're going to check in with Ty Schoenert, who is with Dan Bomer over at his election night watch party. So stay tuned for that and more as we continue. Brought to you by Labor Masters. This is Election 22 coverage. Don't go away.
Mostly cloudy with a slight chance for a few spotty showers this evening, as well as tonight, as we see temperatures cooling into the upper 30s. We'll have a gusty southeast wind over 30 miles an hour, which will turn out of the north around 10 to 20 throughout tonight. Another chance for scattered showers into your Wednesday. Could mix with a wintry mix from time to time. It will be breezy with a high of 42, and a winter storm watch goes into effect Wednesday night into Friday afternoon. With Skywatch Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Justin Storm.
Do you love working on cars but don't love your current job? If so, we need to talk. Hi, I'm Matthew Carlson, owner of Fix It Forward Auto Care. We're a family-owned full-service auto repair shop looking to hire skilled automotive technicians. With our state-of-the-art shops, great work environment with competitive pay and benefits, you'll enjoy a great job with a bigger purpose and a lot of opportunity for advancement. Visit FixItForwardAutoCare.com to apply. Fix It Forward Auto Care, the name you trust for car repair.
Fix It Forward Auto Care.
Are you suffering from neuropathy? Do you experience stabbing, numbness, tingling, or burning in your feet? Are you tired of sleepless nights and avoiding life due to pain? If you've been diagnosed with neuropathy or have pain or numbness in your feet, call us right now before it's too late at 701-929-7505. Again, 701-929-7505. Neuropathy is a very serious and progressive disease where your nerves start to break down. It can lead to balance problems, complete loss of independence, and in some cases, amputation. Our program addresses the underlying causes and doesn't simply mask your symptoms with medication. In fact, many patients start to feel relief from their symptoms within weeks. There's no surgery and no use of prescription drugs. Pick up the phone and call now at 701-929-7505 or find out if you're a candidate for our neuropathy program that has changed thousands of lives. Call us today at 701-929-7505.
If you're like most Americans, you can see things are out of control. Global problems have local consequences, too many of them. And if the next news headline spins us into chaos, you'd better be ready. Grocery store supply chains are only as strong as their weakest link. Don't wait for them to break. Today's the day to secure emergency food for everyone in your family. My Patriot Supply is America's largest preparedness company. Our specially packaged and delicious food stays fresh for up to 25 years in storage. It'll be there when you need it. Go to mypatriotsupply.com and pick up several emergency food kits. There are a dozen different sizes that average over 2,000 calories per day. As we all know, calories equals energy equals survival. And as you'd expect from a true preparedness company, our food kits are in stock and ship quickly. Those who know what's coming are preparing today. Go to mypatriotsupply.com. mypatriotsupply.com.
Help save our country. Support Mike Lindell in his fight for truth. Hello, friends. I'm Scott Hennon from the What's on Your Mind radio show. And my friend Mike Lindell is fearless. He never, ever gives up in his battle for election integrity. The least we can do is support him and the products of MyPillow, which are constantly under attack. The good employees of MyPillow.com are under attack. Banks cancel him. Big box stores cancel him. Walmart cancels him. This is what he endures for helping to save our country. Right now, you can get up to 66% off at MyPillow.com when you use the promo code SCOTT. 66% off. No kidding. Now is the time to go to MyPillow.com, promo code SCOTT, or call this telephone number, 800-506-9028. 800-506-9028.
What brought you out today to vote?
It's an important election. Things are really kind of crazy in the world right now, and want to do my part to try to make things better.
So you are casting ballots for change, it sounds like.
Yes.
What do you think are our biggest concerns here, not only in North Dakota, but in the United States as well?
The Supreme Court decision to overturn Roe v. Wade is something I'm very passionate about and would like that to change. Climate change, term limits, all of those things. Just things haven't been working in Washington for a while, and we need to elect people who are going to bring change.
Sure.
Election 22 coverage continues, brought to you by Labor Masters with Chris Berg. I'm Scott Hennon. We're going to go check in with Tom Tucker. Tom has a guest with him, but first we see some numbers in the Minnesota gubernatorial race. Finally, Chris Berg, right?
We do. Again, this is, I'm going to go for the New York Times because we've got a little bit better layout, but less than 1% of the votes in as of the moment. Scott Jensen, 57.9%. Tim Walz, 38.5%. So that's an interesting sign there. Also within the AG race and some others, we've got Schultz, 78, Ellison, 22, Auditor, Wilson 77, Blacha 21%, and Secretary of State Crockett 77, Simon 23%. Again, less than 1% of the votes in, but
it's results.
It's a pulse, exactly.
Don't kick a gift horse in the mouth. We're happy to have it. Tom Tucker from our AM 1100 The Flag news team standing by with one of the candidates on the ballot. Tom?
Scott, Chris, good evening. Nice to connect with you. Joining me now is Cass County Assistant State's Attorney Ryan Youngren, running for Cass County State's Attorney. Ryan, thanks for your patience. Thanks for standing by tonight. I know you have a lot of friends and family here celebrating the end of this road for you, and hopefully it's a victorious celebration later on in the evening for you as well. Yeah. What are your thoughts, your feelings? What's going through your head, your heart, and your mind here now that you're at this stage in the process?
Yeah, well, thanks. I keep going through these cycles here. It's almost like waiting for a jury verdict where I'm one moment I'm calm, I'm good, I'm totally fine, and then the next minute my heart starts pattering here. So it's been good, and the whole process has been, a great effort. I'm going to look back at my team, and I'm going to look back at myself and go, that was a very well run campaign from effort side. And so I'm very proud of the feedback I got from people so far, from my campaign committee, from the public. We've been out doing a lot of work in the public right now, knocking on doors and doing some other community events and the like. And I'm getting really good feedback from people. I'm proud of our name that we've put out there and our brand, and I'll be grateful for that.
You've worked as an assistant to Cass County State's Attorney now since 2007, working for and with Burt Burdick, who is retiring. He's been there a very long time. What has it been like working with Burt? What are you going to take from that experience if you are elected to replace him, and what lessons might you apply moving forward?
Yeah, and Birch has been a mentor to me over the years, and also my boss and the guy that is in charge of my paychecks at the end of the day, along with the county commission. But in a lot of ways, I think that it was his patience, his willingness to listen. When people would come to him with problems, which you can imagine in our business, they're coming to you with problems all the time. And when that would happen, he would always be respectful with people. He would listen, and he would contemplate carefully an answer. He would seek input from all sides. And I really valued that about him, because I think moving forward, he was a great role model for me. And in the last 15 years of my 21-year career have been with him, and that'll leave a mark. I mean, there's definitely a little bit of him that I will carry with me moving forward.
As you mentioned, more than 21 years experience, about 150 trials that you have participated in directly. You say, based on your experience, your observation, certainly the stats show that violent crime is increasingly becoming a problem in our community. Your thoughts on that, and how you might respond to that if elected? Yeah,
it's very serious. And I think that, my wife grew up here. And so perspective from the 80s, 90s, 2000s is one that we have. And I grew up in a small town, north end of the valley. And so I recognize a little story about myself and Birch in 2007 when I came here. I had said to Birch, I worked for 6.5 years in downtown Denver, in a major metropolitan area. And I said, what's the murder rate like here? And he's like, we get one every year or two. And in 2020, we had 9 murders. And so we went through a phase there where there was a lot going on. And that's still going up. That trajectory is not changing. And I think you need a state's attorney's office that sees themselves as law enforcement. That is literally what we are, as law enforcement. And you also attack that problem with the tools that we're given as prosecutors, in this tough on these kind of violent and repeat offenders, I think is something we absolutely have to continue. You don't get good balance in your community and your approach if you don't have the tough side. And that's absolutely what I have focused on over the years. The mental health side, the treatment side has to also be emphasized, and that balances things out for sure. But if you're not willing to come in and say no to these guys, as we went through COVID, some of these guys were out and were committing repeated crimes. I had repeated felons that I would see and deal with. And, they're trying to control the population of the jail at the time. And so we just had to do something with those guys and move them around. But it doesn't work with those kind of people, with those kind of violent and repeat offenders. You have to stand up and say no. And I'm ready to do that.
You talked about the increasing number of murders. You just recently successfully prosecuted Arthur Colley. and the Jupiter Paulson murder trial, certainly a high-profile case, generated lots of attention, a horrific and heinous attack. Looking back on going through that particular trial, what comes to heart? What comes to mind? And what is it like participating in such difficult cases?
Yeah, I mean, you have to, again, my career, 21 years, I can go back to Nakvinda Kirkpatrick in 2009. I can go back to Savannah Graywin's murder. I can go back to all those cases and draw from those experiences and share that perspective with the office. But you do have to figure out how to compartmentalize that and how to let it. Here's the best way I've described it to people, and if it makes sense or not, you have to let it flow through you, or you'll quit, or it will consume you. You have to be able to not let that get stuck inside you. And so that case, that Arthur Colley case, I just named the other big ones that I had handled over the years. That Arthur Colley case struck a chord with people as I've been out knocking doors and visiting with people. Gosh, they just were like, here's this 14-year-old girl. She's walking during daylight, broad daylight, from her dad's to her mom's, out in a parking lot that many of us have driven through. And she's brutally murdered. I mean, it really struck a chord with people, and I think those kinds of things, I'm ready to stand up for what we need to do in justice in those cases, and we did. We got a life without parole sentence, and I will take that proudly on my resume, and glad I could do something for the community in that regard.
I'm speaking with Ryan Youngren, Assistant Cass County State's Attorney, running now for Cass County State's Attorney. Scott and Chris, I'll give you an opportunity here in a moment to forward a question as well. But first, Ryan, your competition now is your colleague and presumably a friend, Kim Hegvik. Talk about what it's been like running against her and what it might be like if you win and you become her boss, or vice versa, if she wins and becomes your boss.
And I think that if you can look at this, I have felt from the start that we had run a campaign that was on the issues, that was on our personalities, and not on some, scare tactics or on something else that really could, turn somebody into someone they're not in the public eye. And I appreciate that. I have known Kim for many, many years. Like you had mentioned, heck, I used to give her rides to work at one point. We don't live too far from each other. And do we have very different visions for the office as far as how we should emphasize it? We do. But I think what would happen with myself, and my intention would be to sit down and have, honest and heart-to-heart.
Back in the 1930s.
So, Congressman,
in
then
Germany,
what you were saying, that if they
you. Thanks for that, Tom. And Ryan, good to hear your voice. Do you think this race focused people on the role of the state's attorneys more?
As usual. Think about that. He's lecturing us. This is akin to the rise of Hitler. If you don't vote out these election deniers, hey, jackass, you're one of the biggest election deniers ever. Doesn't anybody get it? Like, they think we're so stupid. They think we're so stupid. It's like the Joy Reid comment where Joy Reid was like, well, people are only talking about inflation because Republicans taught it to them.
Joy Reid is a race-baiting loser.
Really think about that. You're only talking about inflation because Republicans brought it up. I mean, you never would have noticed that you were broke otherwise. You couldn't afford gas. You never would have noticed. You'd have just kept, selling pictures of your feet on OnlyFans like this was just a thing.
What the hell did you just say?
I'm just saying. Okay, the level of condescension.
Hello, Ty, can you hear us?
The dripping condescension they have towards voters,
So-
specifically voters
Well,
who
yeah,
won't
I
do
don't know
what
what
they
we're hearing.
want.
Getting some kind of a feed.
It's beyond contempt.
Okay,
Here's Bill
all
Clinton
right.
really quick.
Uh,
He's trying to
evidently
down.
having a problem hearing us. So take a break there. Chris, anything new?
Yeah, so some more numbers here. About 1% of the voters in Minnesota. Now we've got Tim Walz up with 9,200 votes, so 51%, and Scott Jensen at 44%. So again, very, very early, but some numbers even starting to finally come in within the Twin Cities, which had been kind of a stalemate, but just 1% of the vote. So That's new. Other than that, North Dakota's kind of been, we've been saying we're still waiting for Cass County to come in. There's nothing in Cass yet.
Let's go, Cass County.
Yeah, nothing in
Come on.
Grand Forks. So that's it. I will say this. We've been talking about, there's some articles coming out, Scott, just one quick note, where the Washington Examiner came out and said, hey, this is kind of the headline. Florida is the future of the GOP, and Miami is its capital. DeSantis, again, crushed it in Miami-Dade, which nobody really anticipated. So,
story of the night.
I think so.
So far nationally, and I think DeSantis brand is going to continue to rise up. I would also say John Hoeven,
Yes.
elected to a third term to the Senate now. Obviously a political force as well, and some pretty significant competition as well. So I think that's significant. What else we watching?
Georgia. I think Georgia's going to be an interesting place to watch here. Georgia now 67% of the vote in. Warnock at 49%, 49.2. Walker at 49. So that will continue to be close. Ohio's coming in. J.D. Vance has finally pulled ahead there.
And if nobody gets to 50 in Georgia, they do a runoff.
Oh, gosh, that's right.
Quick update on the national scene here at 20 before the hour as our election coverage continues. Don't go away.
They should be condemned totally. But you had many people in that group.
Thanksgiving will be here soon, and I can't wait to spend the day with family and friends just catching up, playing games, and settling in for a big turkey dinner. This may sound weird, but my favorite part of a big turkey dinner is the gravy. I pour it on my turkey, potatoes, stuffing, and there's always plenty of Village Hearth dinner rolls to help soak up every drop. And whether you prefer classic white or wheat, 12-grain or sweet Hawaiian, a basket of warm Village Hearth dinner rolls is the natural choice for Thanksgiving dinner.
Every livestock farmer knows they can't control the weather. Recent growing seasons have shown rain can be hard to come by at times. Now you can add protection with a pasture rangeland forage policy through Ag Country Farm Credit Services. PRF policies help protect you against future yield losses caused by a lack of rain. Better yet, they're customizable and can cover hay and pasture acres. To learn about a PRF policy, contact your local Ag Country office today.
The big election is today, and Rob Schmidt is on Newsmax tonight talking about the real issues the big media won't. Rob shows how inflation is killing us. Then Rob looks at our border, soaring crime, the woke agenda, and so much more. And Rob speaks with the candidates in the big races. He talks the latest polls with Dick Morris and more. I watch Newsmax for Rob Schmidt, and I invite you to do the same thing. Millions are switching to Newsmax. You should too. Get the latest poll data and election results directly to your cell phone from Newsmax. Just text the word rally to 39747. That's rally to 39747. Get the latest about Trump's big announcement too. Just text rally to 39747 right now. Again, that's rally to 39747 right now. Watch Newsmax on Rob Schmidt today. I watch Newsmax, and you should too.
Plains Grain and Agronomy is seeking to hire you. Are you a self-motivated professional who understands agronomy operations, including maintaining plant facilities and equipment, have great computer knowledge, a Class A CDL, has excellent time management and customer service skills? This job is for you. You must pass a pre-employment drug test and able to lift 50 pounds. More on the website, go to plainsgrain.com. That's plainsgrain.com for this agronomy operations position.
I'm Scott Hannon along with Chris Berg, and our coverage continues here at 18 before the top of the hour. Races, election results trickling in from races all over the country. And, of course, polls have closed now, so we're just waiting for those results to come in and pass those results on to you as well. One of the candidates who's waiting right along with you is Republican Dan Bomer. He is with our Ty Schoner right now as our election coverage continues. Go ahead, Ty.
Thank you very much, Scott. We're talking with Dan Bomer right now, and we are currently sitting in Midtown Tavern in Moorhead. Is this a place you guys always go to for these kind of things?
No, this is the first. So this is the first one of these kind of things I've been to, and so this is the first one at Midtown Tavern.
All right. So tell me about how you're feeling right now. We're just coming off of the polling places are closing down at this point, and we can only kind of wait and see what happens.
Right. Right now I feel pretty good. We ran a positive campaign. We kept it focused on the issues. We weren't interested in doing any character assassination. We weren't interested in going down that negative path. We focused on the issues. What's important, because that's what people want to talk about. That's what we went to the doors. That's what people want to talk about. They want to know what we're going to do about the economy, what we're going to do to fix the taxes, what we're going to do about the regulations, what are we going to do to get our kids' education back on track, what are we going to do to ensure that we maintain strong public safety. Those are the things that people want to hear. And the other stuff is just a silly distraction. It has no place what had happened. And we're just glad that we focused on the issues. And I'm proud of the honorable and focused issue campaign that we ran.
You said we're going to talk about those issues kind of a little bit in depth when it comes to some of these things. And you talked about how they played a key role. And when you went door knocking, what do you think was that number one issue that people really did focus? You named a lot of them. What was that one you think that most people put on top of their ticket?
Overall, what most people were interested in and what most people were concerned about for us was the economy. Making, life is getting to be too unaffordable for a lot of people. We're looking at the runaway inflation. We're looking at taxes and regulations drive what takes that money out of people's pockets. Not only inflation, our cost of goods is going up, but we're paying unprecedented taxes, and the regulations are crushing our businesses because they can't afford to meet all the demands. The labor costs are going up, regulatory costs are going up, costs of goods are going up. And we need to come up with some common sense policies to address those issues to make life more affordable for our residents.
You named some of the things that the Minnesota Senate can actually do when it comes to combat inflation, but in actuality, we can't actually lower a lot of the same things that, like the national or the federal government.
Absolutely, and that's the thing. We have very limited control over a lot of cost of goods per se. But we do influence those with our policies, our tax policies. You look at a gas tax that our governor was proposing just a few short years ago, a significant gas tax increase, and we were able to stop that. And those are the kinds of things that we need to be prepared to address and make sure that doesn't happen. Where we need to lower taxes where we can lower taxes. We need to decrease regulations where we can decrease regulations. And those are all things that are going to decrease the cost of living for our citizens.
I will ask the same question to your opponent. So when it comes to this, do you have any regrets for your campaign? Do you regret how anything was run? Do you wish you went to certain districts more often or certain areas more often? Is there anything you wish you did better?
No, I don't think that we could have done anything better. Like I said, we were a positive, honest, issue-based campaign. We covered the entire district multiple times. We had thousands and thousands of doors. I personally was I have a little app that kind of counts, and I personally knocked on over 7,000 homes.
7,000 homes. Now, my last question really is: do you think this is the year that Minnesota will turn red? Do you think that Republicans will finally take over every House seat, every Senate that's available anyway? House seat, Senate seat. Do you think they're going to take the governor's office? Do you think they're going to take the Attorney General's office? Well, I want to hear how likely do you think Minnesota will turn red?
I'm pretty confident that we will have strong majorities in the House and strong majorities in the Senate, and we'll have key executive branch races as well. I can't say that we'll win every one. It would be great if we did, but I do think that we're going to have a strong showing in the important elections.
Thank you very much. We're going to hop back to the Flag Studio where Scott Hennen and we also have, I am blanking on the name right now, Scott Hennen, Chris Berg. Thank you very much. Lots of Chris's in the studio. Thank you very much, Chris. Hop back to you guys.
Okay, Ty, thanks a bunch. Appreciate it. 13 before the top of the hour. Election 22 coverage continues. Appreciate Tom Tucker and Ty Schoenert out there at the election headquarters chatting with a lot of folks. We now have another race called. Chris?
Yes, I saw Senator Kevin Cramer tweeting out to congratulate Representative Kelly Armstrong on another victory. He right now, again, it's partially reported, but roughly 60%. So
what does that mean, partially reported?
So we've got 72 out of 398 precincts that have fully reported. So long ways to go there, but I think it's fair to say and safe to say that Representative Kelly Armstrong will be our next congressperson and more than likely in the majority. So, gosh, wouldn't it be great to see him be like chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee or something like that? I mean, that would just be, I don't know if that's even, I don't know who does that right now, but That would be incredible.
The majority would change things. No question about that. Last I saw on the House side, Republicans, I'm trying to remember how many seats they need, but they were looking better so far for the majority than the Democrats were. So on the races that were necessary. So it's still a ways to go before the balance of power sways in that regard, but we're watching that very closely for you, and we'll keep tabs on that as well. Let's see here. Still no results in the Bomer-Kupak race. We were just talking to Dan Bomer there a little bit. We do not have any results on that in district number 4. There are some Minnesota results that are out there. So you have a little bit on the Jensen race.
Yes, so some new numbers here with some more numbers coming in. But again, Walz at 52%, Jensen at 43%, which I don't totally understand, but that's what we've got here for the New York Times, putting in that report. If you go to the Minnesota Secretary of State website, they have got Jensen at 73% and Walz at 23%. So somehow the New York Times gets it ahead of the Secretary of State. I don't know how, but they're doing it.
Yeah, their apparatus is pretty amazing how they've done that. So I don't know if it's before it shows up on the website and it's been reported. I don't know what's going on, but
I don't either.
Be a good question for new Secretary of State Michael Howe. How is it we get information from the New York Times quicker than we get it from you? Oh, pretty amazing. Some other races on the front, district number 10. Right now, you have the Democrat Ryan Braunberger having 56% of the vote to Curtis Olson's 43%. All right, in district number 10, a race that certainly some folks are watching closely. So thought you'd want to know there. We also have the measures number 1 and number 2 that we're watching closely there. Get down to the measures here. Some of the statewide races for Secretary of State right now. This is interesting. You have the Democrat leading Republican Michael Howe. Not likely to continue, but if there's a low amount of precincts reporting and they come from Democratic districts, you can get it. Drew Wrigley's winning, but only by 51-48, for instance. Yeah. So
wow,
a little bit strange there. Doug Goring winning 56-43. Julie Fedorchuk 51-48, close there as well. The Democrat Trygve Hammer is winning in the other PSC race, which again those numbers are going to change considerably as well. But let's take a look at the measures. Measure number 1 is related to the term limits measure. 65% in favor.
You nailed that.
34% against.
I just never thought that was going to turn out that way, but you were right.
I think it's the mood. On the cannabis, that's flipped to a yes vote now. 53-46. Yeah. 53-46.
That'll be short-lived, don't you think?
I would think so. Yeah. Proposed city charter amendment in West Fargo. That right now is at 53 yes, 46% no. Proposed ordinance implementing the charter amendment, I think they both have to be yes, 54-45. We have some confusion on measure number 2.
Yeah, so I've got measure 2 at 44% yes and 55% no. And I've got 80. Do you show 81 fully reporting, Scott, or what are you showing?
Partially 34-34.
Oh, yeah, refresh and see if that flips anything for you. But I still don't think Cass County's reported anything, have they?
Shows yes, 53. Well, I've been waiting for Cass County.
Yeah, me too.
None of the results are coming through. Yeah.
Let me go to county here and see what I'm showing.
The results I just read you were Cass County.
Oh, they were, okay.
They were Cass County, so not statewide. Although I think everybody there was in the same boat. I don't know why that would be Cass County.
So I've got partial in for Cass County. Jesse Johnner at 83%, Matthew King at 16%. But again, there's 0 precincts fully reported in Cass County. So we do need to talk to Secretary of State Michael House.
Don't we?
Find out
Yeah.
how this thing works.
Exactly right. What do you got on the sheriff's race so far?
So I've got 83% for Jesse Johnner, 16% for Matthew King. But again, 0 fully reported as far as precincts. They're all partial reports up to this point.
Yeah, so no precinct is in total.
Exactly.
But 34 of 34 are in partially. So some results are in from every precinct, but not fully. So yeah, and we're coming up on what, 2 hours after polls closed. So now I do remember last election there was this, all of a sudden we waited. There was a low amount, all of a sudden a big dump. So I'm not sure what's going there, but
was that Dominion or
might have been Dominion? Might have been Dominion.
Did I say that out loud? Is my mic on?
But it would be nice if we had some more results there. Although at least we have results from North Dakota.
That's true.
There is that. So we do have results. We're refreshing continually for Minnesota to try and get you some results there. What do you have in the governor's race, did you say? Anything changed there?
So governor's race, according to the Minnesota Secretary of State, we've got 72% for Jensen, 24% for Walz. The New York Times has got that differently just because I think they've got more reports coming in. 2% now, and they've got Walz at 52%, Jensen at 44%. Again, I'm not a math major, but 52 plus 44 is not even close to even 98. So I'm not sure how they're coming up with these numbers, but
their calculator broke. Yeah,
exactly. I will say this is exciting. So in Georgia, 70% now reported, and Herschel Walker at 50, Ralph Warnock at 48. So as you took all the wind out of my sails in the last segment, you reminded us that if it's not at 50%, they have to do it all over again, which
just blows your mind.
Yeah, let's just hope that at least one of those gets to be 50% plus one. So
here's our biggest news of the night for Republicans. J.D. Vance wins Ohio.
They called it.
Yeah, that's
wow.
Huge. That's huge. That's a big one. And again, it was a House member that had been elected before in a statewide race, but J.D. Vance wins that. That is a Republican pickup. No, a Republican hold.
Yeah.
Right.
Where did you see this? At Fox?
That's the super producer Chris Larson decision.
Well
desk.
done.
Yeah. Exactly
wow.
Right. A couple comments coming in. Libertarians for Measure 2 think of the money North Dakota will get from it. It didn't sway your vote at all, did it?
Not me.
Another let's get it. Yes on 2, says another. Another listener says, "Hey, saw you at the airport." Well, thank you. Wish you would have said hi. I was at the airport returning from Arizona, and Parents Weekend at ASU. Glad to be back. Trust me on this one thing. Okay, well, we gave you some good news on Ohio, some not so good news on Colorado. Michael Bennet secures the 3rd term of the Colorado Senate. That was a long shot, I think, with Joe O'Dea. There were some people that said, hey, this could happen, but I think it was pretty much a this could happen all the way along.
But boy, they called that pretty early, didn't they?
Yeah.
I thought that was going to be a little bit closer. The North Carolina race kind of scares me. I thought North Carolina was going to be easily Republican, 81% of the vote in. It's 51 for the Republican, 47 for the Democrat. That just seems too close to me with 81% reporting in North Carolina.
True. Congressman Kelly Armstrong is going to join us in just a little while. Who was it that called that race? Is it AP?
I just saw a tweet from Senator Kramer saying, "Hey, congratulations to Congressman Armstrong." I'm assuming it was probably AP. Yeah.
Got it. Yeah. Yep. Well, anyway, we'll get a chance to visit with him coming up in just a little bit because that's one of the big races we've been watching tonight. The other, of course, Senator John Hoeven wins a 3rd term for re-election. You run races and you watch races, but let's be honest, those two weren't, expected to be tough races.
But I want you've been around this TikTok for a long time, Scott. So Charlie Kirk is tweeting out, "Goodbye, Stacey Abrams," and you think about the amount of money spent on Stacey Abrams and Beto's races. Like, do people just throw money at these races for the heck of it?
Yeah,
I
what
don't
was
get it.
Beto's race? Yeah, and Stacey Abrams has this unbelievable ability to attract this money, but
but
I guess they made him closer than they would have been, right? So it's the wing and a prayer.
But I mean, it was a gargantuan amount of money between those two races.
I'm with you. It seems like a poor use of
yes,
good hard-earned money.
Yes,
if you ask me.
And if they want to go help all these people, you could probably just give that money to some good, nonprofits and make a much bigger impact than.
Well, in my mind, just turn on the average, news report with Joe Biden on it, and when he's mumbling and drooling and everything else, you're going to say it's not going to be our best cycle. I don't think we're going to do real well this time around. We got a president who's needs a nap and a sippy cup. So they said he was going to talk tonight. I haven't heard from him. Look forward to hearing from President Biden about things tonight. I guess we need to take a break. We'll come back. We'll hope that Minnesota actually has an elections apparatus and can get us some results. That'd be nice. We're hoping for that.
Or Cass County.
Yeah, right. In Cass County as well. So some more results to give you after a short time out for the new Election 22, brought to you by Labor Masters. This is WZFT, Gilworth, Fargo Moorhead, USA.
Another round of states with polls closing. I'm Lisa Lacera. It's 10 o'clock in New York, and polls have just closed in 3 more states. In the Nevada Senate race, the Fox News Decision Desk believes Democratic Senator Catherine Cortez Masto and Republican challenger Adam Laxalt are locked in a tight race, and it's too early to call. We also believe Republican Senator Mike Lee has a solid lead as he seeks a 3rd term, but it's too early to say whether he will defeat independent challenger Evan McMullin. And in the Nevada governor's race, the Decision Desk says it's too early to call this very close race between Democratic Governor Steve Sisolak and Republican Sheriff Joe Lombardo. The Fox News Decision Desk can now project that in Colorado, Democratic Senator Michael Bennet will defeat Republican businessman Joe O'Dea. And in South Dakota, we can project that Republican Governor Kristi Noem will win a 2nd term, defeating Democrat Jamie Smith. In Florida, Republican Governor Ron DeSantis has overwhelmingly won against challenger Charlie Crist. Fox's Tom Graham has this live.
4 years ago, Ron DeSantis eked out a win over his Democrat opponent, and that was then. Tonight, the Republican is sounding confident.
After 4 years, the people have delivered their verdict.
The Fox News Decision Desk shows he easily cruised to victory over Democrat Charlie Crist.
First and foremost, I want to give a good congratulations to Governor DeSantis on his reelection. That's okay. That's okay.
Tonight's victory by DeSantis could tee up a 2024 primary showdown between himself and fellow Floridian ex-president Donald Trump. Lisa?
Tom, more information from the Fox News Decision Desk. In the Senate, the first of the 2 Oklahoma Senate races this year, Fox News can project that GOP Senator James Lankford will win a 2nd full term in office. And in the special election, we project Republican Mark Wayne Mullen will defeat Democrat Kendra Horn. America's listening to Fox News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
In governor's races across the country, our Decision Desk can project that Texas Governor Greg Abbott will remain in the governor's mansion for a 3rd term. He defeats high-profile Democratic candidate Beto O'Rourke. The Fox News Decision Desk can also project Democratic Governor Dan McKee will win his 1st full term in office, defeating another GOP businesswoman, Ashley Callis. McKee replaced former Rhode Island Governor Gina Raimondo, who now serves as the U.S. Secretary of Commerce. Over to Connecticut, where Democratic incumbent Ned Lamont will defeat GOP candidate Bob Stefanowski. And finally, New Hampshire, the Fox News decision desk can project Republican Governor Chris Sununu will win a fourth term. Officials in Mississippi are on the hunt for a suspected arsonist who set fires near a historically black college.
Authorities in Jackson, Mississippi, Tuesday calling it a major occurrence. At least 7 fires broke out overnight on or near the Jackson State University campus. At least 2 of the buildings set ablaze were churches. Another fire breaking out on Jackson State's baseball field. Police now on the hunt for one suspected arsonist as they seek to learn the motivation behind the fires. They did note that none of the blazes involved polling places ahead of Election Day Tuesday. Thankfully, no injuries were reported. Matt Napolitano, Fox News.
The leader of the small island nation of Tuvalu has proposed a treaty against fossil fuels as world leaders make the case for tougher action to tackle global warming. The proposal came as vulnerable nations push for more action and money at international climate talks in Egypt. City of Boston's agreed to pay more than $2.1 million to the Christian legal organization that backed a court challenge after the city refused to fly a Christian flag outside City Hall. And someone who bought a Powerball ticket in Southern California has won a record $2.04 million jackpot. The ticket was sold at a service center northeast of Los Angeles. I'm Lee Silasara. This is Fox News.
Mostly cloudy with a slight chance for a few spotty showers this evening, as well as tonight, as we see temperatures cooling into the upper 30s. We'll have a gusty southeast wind over 30 miles an hour, which will turn out of the north around 10 to 20 throughout tonight. Another chance for scattered showers into your Wednesday. Could mix with a wintry mix from time to time. It will be breezy with a high of 42, and a winter storm watch goes into effect Wednesday night into Friday afternoon. The Skywatch Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Justin Storm.
Plains Grain and Agronomy is seeking to hire you. Are you a self-motivated professional who understands agronomy operations, including maintaining plant facilities and equipment? Have great computer knowledge, a Class A CDL, has excellent time management and customer service skills? This job is for you. You must pass a pre-employment drug test and able to lift 50 pounds. More on the website. Go to plainsgrain.com. That's plainsgrain.com for this agronomy operations position.
You can always count on Miller High Life, the champagne of beers. Always crisp, always easy drinking, always just right. The perfect balance of flavor and refreshment since 1903. Welcome to the High Life. 2019 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Celebrate responsibly.
Election 22 coverage continues, brought to you by Labor Masters. Hi, everybody. I'm Scott Hennon, along with Chris Berg, and a whole team of folks keeping us going tonight, including super producer Chris Larson. That's right. That's right. Everybody doing great. Appreciate all the help because a lot's going on and the numbers are starting to pour in. Chris, you got some numbers here?
I have a little bit. Yeah, you almost pulled a little Mark Levin right there. Where you're like, that's right.
That's right. Yeah.
Let's see. So some new numbers here in the Minnesota gubernatorial race. The latest is Scott Jensen at 50%, Tim Walz at 45%. Again, just 3% of the precincts coming in there, so not much to really report. But
that one really depends on where they're coming from.
Exactly.
More than anything. I mean, they're coming from the metro. They're going to be heavy Walz if they come from the outstate land of rocks and cows, as was once famously uttered by Governor Tim Walz. Then it's a different story.
Interesting state Senate race, District 4 here. And so we've got 30% of the precincts in reporting, according to Minnesota Secretary of State site. Republican Dan Bomer's at 52%, Rob Kupek, the Democrat, at 47%. So, again, depends on where they're coming in from, but that one much, much closer. It looks like Michelle Fischbach is going to get reelected. She's at 64%. Not a lot of the precincts in, but I mean,
was that a race?
Yeah, exactly.
Was that even a race?
Which is a great point. Do you know who she was running against? Because I would have never guessed. Jill Abba Hossein.
No idea.
31% of the vote. At
No
least
idea. Democrats
now.
obviously conceded that one long ago.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep. So a layup for Michelle Fischbach. In Minnesota 7, which is now pretty solid red country, no question about it. John Hoeven's race has been called. I don't think Kelly Armstrong's has been yet. I don't think it's been called
Let me
yet.
see if I it was one of those like Twitter things that came across my feed. So let me just go back to Senator Kramer's.
I mean, he's got 60% of the vote to Kara Munn's 39%. Hoeven's got 55% of the vote to 27%. That's been called. So,
So, I mean, Senator Kramer says, hey, congratulations to, Representative Armstrong on a well-earned landslide victory. I love working with Kelly and Senator Hoeven. Look forward to another 2 years of teamwork on behalf of the people of North Dakota. So Senator Kramer knows the state probably better than anybody, even better than the AP when it comes to elections. So he's probably looking at the map going, this is over.
So it was called by Senator Kramer.
Exactly.
Yeah. The Secretary of State race between Republican Michael Howe and Democrat Jeffrey Powell, 61 to 29%. Attorney General race, Drew Wrigley at 69%, Tim Lamb at 30%. Ag Commissioner Doug Goring at 73% to his Democratic challenger Dooley 22%. Julie Fedorchuk in one of two Public Service Commission races that are up, 69 to 30%. Sherry Hagen Hoffert and Trygve Hammer, 68-31. Brian Crocius is unchallenged in that race and has 97%, so he's doing pretty well. Same with Judge Carruthers. On the measures, right now, measure number 1, that is the term limits. A little closer, Chris, a little closer, 55 to 33. So far with the precincts, that's 93 of 398 precincts reporting. So we got a ways to go. On measure number 2, marijuana, that is right now losing, and it's a little closer, 55 to 44. 55 to 44 on that particular race. All right. Congressman Kelly Armstrong is going to join us in just a little bit, so we'll get an update from him as well. We're watching some of the national races closely, and the ones we are, watching most closely, like Texas governor, or the ones we're really watching, we don't have results on yet. They're too close to call on those races. So
you were just down in Arizona. Well, what's the vibe? I mean, does
Arizona was like ground zero.
Yeah.
Yeah, unbelievable. And, I was in Phoenix. Phoenix is, the one area that the Republicans really see themselves as having no chance. But there's a ton of Kerry Lake and Blake Masters mojo, going on down there. So
she wins, don't you think?
I think she does.
Okay.
Yeah. She's a very good candidate.
Yes.
Very good candidate. And what'll be interesting to see if she pulls Blake Masters with her. Now it's a Democrat seat. So that would be a pickup.
Big time.
Yeah. Obviously, President Trump is speaking. Let's go now to live to President Trump at Mar-a-Lago.
Expecting something big tonight. Actually, they were hoping for big losses, but that's not happening. So the numbers have been amazing so far. Now, this is just up until this point. But as of this moment on endorsements, with the nominations, we had a total of 330 endorsements on nominations. This is only on nominations. This isn't for tonight. And of the 330, we won 200. We won 324. So if you think 224, and some of those were long shots, in all fairness, they were down in 5th place. We had a lot of people in 5th place that went to first, but it was 224 out of 330, and that's a pretty good number. And then tonight, because they kept saying, well, he's good on nominations, but is he good on the general election? So as of this moment, and we have some out there, we are 80 wins and 3 losses. Is that good? Wouldn't that be funny if we were better on the general election than the nominations themselves? So that's great. Now in North Carolina, just out, Ted Budd is now leading, doing great. He's leading 51-47. In Missouri, very good guy, Eric Schmidt is now up 55-43, and he's against a Bush, but a different Bush. It's called an Anheuser-Busch. That's a different Bush. You tell me which is the real Bush. In Ohio, J.D. Vance is now leading 52-47. And we had an incredible rally last night in Ohio. And you saw that in Florida, Marco Rubio, we had an unbelievable rally for Marco the night before with the heaviest rain I've ever been involved with. I was up there. It was beautiful, everything. This is the tropics, right, Florida? It was so beautiful. It was the most beautiful night. And all of a sudden it turned deadly dark. And it was like you had massive pails of water that just fell on top of me. We went through the worst storm, but we gutted it out. I had no teleprompters. We had 45,000 people out there. We had no teleprompter. And I said, I wonder what Biden would do right now. But we gutted it out. And it was amazing. But Marco had a fantastic evening at 58-41. That's really tremendous. That's as of this moment. Katie Britt, I want to congratulate Katie Britt. We endorse Katie. And she did fantastically, 68-30. That means she has a future, young and just a fantastic woman with a husband who's great. He's maybe the largest human being I've ever seen. He was a offensive lineman in the NFL for a long time and a great football player, actually played for Alabama. But Katie, congratulations to you. And we have a lot of other good ones going out there. Herschel's leading right now. So we have a lot of big races going on right now. So enjoy that, enjoy the food, and enjoy everything. And really, in all fairness, it is a great honor to have the media with us. And we hope you enjoy yourself and this wonderful group of people. These are the people that you read about. They are not the nicest people in the world, but they are brilliant financially. We're not going to see any great football stars in here, but we do see brilliant people. But they're great people and very, very successful people, and they want what's good for the country, and that's why they're here. And I want to thank you all for being here. And again, to the media, thank you very much. Have a good time. Thank you.
All right, let's just take a second to soak that in.
Donald Trump, 45th president of the United States, giving a little, I guess, what would you call that, Chris? Kind of a rundown of his picks. And
I was going to say
how they're doing, and here's how we're doing tonight.
Wrapping it up with a thank you to the media. That might be the first time I've ever heard him say those words. So, and did you notice there was a particular name he left off the list of anything mentioned there as far as congratulations?
Who would that be?
Maybe a Ron DeSantis.
Oh, yeah.
That was missing. He did give a nice shout out to Rubio.
He did that the other night. Yeah, that's interesting. He didn't. Yeah. Detecting a little rivalry there, increasing. All right, let's go live to Tom Tucker. He has another one of the candidates that's on the ballot for Attorney General, Drew Wrigley, with him. Go ahead, Tom.
Thanks, Scott. Thanks, Chris. Attorney General Drew Wrigley with me here now. Large crowd of Republicans gathered here tonight at Sweet Shots. Attorney General Wrigley, thanks for joining me for the conversation. It's nice to see you.
Hey, it's great to be here with all of you. Thanks for the opportunity.
Long road. Big night. How you feeling? What are you thinking? What's going through your head, your heart, and your mind? Probably not a real tight race as far as your contest is concerned.
It's going about the way we had maybe felt coming into election night. But I really want to say that the campaign has been about 325 days so far since I was called by Wayne Stenstrom called me, and December 17th to tell me that he wasn't going to seek re-election. And my campaign really began right then and there. I've been planning for that possibility for months before then. And so it has been a long road. Of course, 5 weeks in, the unthinkable happens when my predecessor passes away unexpectedly and tragically. And so a week later after I was sworn in as the 30th Attorney General. It's a privilege to serve. And, what was going to be an all-out round-the-clock campaign for a year became a campaign that really had to be tucked in between the important work of the Attorney General's office. It's a privilege to serve as the Attorney General. There's an enormous amount of work to do. We've engaged very publicly on a number of issues. We're going to continue to do that if given the privilege by the voters. So, it's humbling tonight. If it continues the way that it's going now, if that's the way it continues and I'm elected, we continue that work up ahead, and it really is a continuation because we've had a little over 9. Well, actually, tomorrow is 9 months on the nose since I was sworn in. Mm-hmm. And we'll go forward. I just want to say, too, that, again, not to get ahead of the call here or anything, but to my Democrat opponent in this race, Tim Lamb, I didn't know Tim before, and we've not frankly gotten to know one another well in this process, but it's been a pleasure to meet him, and I want to congratulate him on having the courage to step forward and run. It's a big decision for somebody and for their loved ones and the people around them. And as he tells the story, he wasn't planning on running for Attorney General, and his party called on him, and from the convention he wasn't even at, and he answered that call, and I admire that. I do. And so hats off to him and his service on the school board up in Grand Forks in the past, his long service, military service, and for being a patriot who cares about public policy.
A couple things that you have stated will be a priority for you, presuming you are elected here, is to get tough on violent crime and beef up the state's crime lab. Talk about those a little bit, if you would.
Those are some of the most important initiatives that I was thinking about before I even became Attorney General. I spoke with men and women in uniform all across the state, the leadership of our sheriff's departments and our police departments and other entities that are impacted, and understand that the science at our lab is sound. The scientists there doing the work, doing the testing are sound, and they're certified and first rate. But we have backlogs that have formed over the last years. We have clogged up portals of evidence moving through. They're not moving through quickly enough. 4 years ago, roughly, they stopped testing firearms. They got rid of the firearms examiners. If you have a gun case in North Dakota now, a felon's running around, he's robbing people at gunpoint, and you got a gun, you got to get tested in that case. That's got to be shipped out of state at enormous cost, $8,000. Tough chain of custody issues. Prosecutors, understandably, are making different charging decisions sometimes. They're making determinations on plea agreements. They're being forced into some plea agreements because of speedy trial problems. That lab has major challenges. And again, it's not with the science. The science has been magnificent, remains top-notch, and always will. But if this thing goes the way it looks like it's going tonight, we're the accountable party going forward. We are going to be accountable for change. I've got proposals together already. We're going to get the additional personnel. We've been working on it for 6 months, but I got to get the legislature's approval for that. We're going to make that case to them. We've already been making it to legislators the last 6 months, all across North Dakota, Republican legislators, Democrat legislators, and we're getting nothing but support back on that. There's some people talking about, the lab. I got some defense lawyers that are complaining that, oh boy, the lab, that shouldn't report up through the BCI. Well, that's what happens in almost every state in this country. And whether the lab reports directly to me or to me through the BCI, the science is always independent. The science is always sound. The science is always tested by the system. And we are all committed to that. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to get rid of that logjam. We are going to take care of that issue, and we're going to move law enforcement interests forward in North Dakota. That benefits the public. It benefits law enforcement. It even benefit the defense bar benefits from getting those answers on the lab work as well.
Shortly after you took over as Attorney General, we had the news that a state employee had requested that your predecessor's emails be deleted, made that request to another state employee, and those emails were deleted. And several months later now, our understanding is that the technology department with the state is now working with a third party to try to recover those emails for citizens, voters, constituents. They see that case, that story, that whole turn of events, and are looking at that and thinking there's something about this that is just not quite right. What's your take on that situation right now?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And they know about it because we were, the minute we discovered those matters, we were forthright and public about it. And we're always going to do that. We're going to engage those matters. We're going to be transparent, and we have been. We're going to be complete in our providing of that information, and the chips fall where they may. In the week before I even became, it was in the hours after my predecessor passed away, the Deputy Attorney General at that time, he's no longer the Deputy Attorney General, he ordered an administrative person in the office to in turn order that Wayne Stenstrom's emails be deleted in total, and they have been. And they can't be retrieved. Every technical expert in state government has said so at my request. At my request, they are hiring an external third party just to make sure. It's not that I don't trust the ITD. I do. I think they're tremendous professionals. But just for all parties concerned, to just have one final set of eyes on it to make sure those emails can't be retrieved, the ITD has gone out and been contracted for that. And that'll just be another answer. We think we know what the answer is going to be already, but who knows, right? That's why and I'm told that they're getting that done in the next short while. The same thing for that Deputy Attorney General when he and I parted ways, he and the office parted ways. In the days that followed, that same administrative person ordered the ITD to delete his email account, and that was done. And some of those emails did come back. It's important that the public know that these are not private email accounts, and they were gone through almost every day by that same administrative assistant who no longer works in the office. She was my predecessor's personal or an executive assistant. I guess what's important out of all of this, and what we want to stress to people, is that they have been able already in 9 months to count on us for complete transparency. We will publicly grapple with the issues that come into our focus in the office. We'll be transparent about it, and then we will reach conclusions that benefit the public interest every time. And then we'll do it in a public way and move on to the next thing. Each of these instances, the cost overruns in the building from the predecessor administration, they had an overrun of almost $1.8 million. The public knows about that, same thing, because we found out about it and we divulged that. We called the auditor's office the next day.
Talking about that,
Yeah.
the building.
We made it public.
Yeah.
And you know what? As a result of that, there's going to be reform. I'm proud that we did that. It wasn't, fun to talk about that had been done under our predecessor administration, but, we brought out that had happened once we discovered that it had happened. There's reform already being planned by several legislators about how, contracting law and, just because someone's a statewide official doesn't make them a good property manager.
That case is now being investigated by
we've got
investigators from Montana.
Yep, Montana. So that you got an objective outside person looking at all the facts that we put together. We gathered all that information. And by the way, in addition to getting that reform, the voters and the public in North Dakota can know the company's already acknowledged, hey, we owe you $230,000 back. It's probably going to be more like $500,000 back. And that's just on top of the reform that can come. This is the kind of thing the public can count on us for. We're going to shed light on issues. We're going to wrestle with them. We're going to deal with them, come to conclusions, and move forward, make progress on important things for the people of North Dakota.
State Attorney General Drew Wrigley, thanks for that comment, that insight, that information. Scott, standing by in studio, do you have a question you'd like to forward to Attorney General Wrigley?
I don't. Just to tell them you enjoy the evening and, celebrate a victory.
Well, it's we're not quite there. I don't think they've called it yet, but it looks like it's headed that way, and we appreciate that very much. I can just tell you, to the voters of North Dakota, we're humbled. To the voters, and I'm talking about the people who voted for me and the people who voted for my opponent. We appreciate that they engage in the process, and we're here to be the attorney generals for all of North Dakota, and that's our promise.
Scott, thanks for weighing in. Attorney General Drew Wrigley, thanks so much for the conversation tonight. We appreciate it. Scott, back to you and Chris in studio.
Thanks very much. Our election night coverage continues as we get a few more results that are trickling in here. I don't know what you're watching. I see on the Minnesota Secretary of State front, we have 24 of 87. So that's some decent progress on races there. Right now, you have Tim Walz at 67%, Scott Jensen and Matt Burke at 29%. Surprise you?
It does. I mean, again, as you've been saying, it depends on where the numbers are coming in from, but that one doesn't feel right.
Yeah, very interesting there. And of course, if that's heavy Twin Cities, that's all the difference in the world. I mean, that race is really, a Democrat that runs and gets as many votes in the metro as he can against a Republican that gets, votes from everywhere else.
And I will say this right now on the New York Times site, they've got Hennepin County. And as you mentioned, so 79% of the votes in Hennepin County counted. Tim Walz at 71%, Jensen at 26%.
All right. So compare that to that number. 67% in the race with 24 of 87 precincts reporting. There you go, right there. We just answered that because Hennepin County's coming in. Yeah, very interesting. Meanwhile, we're waiting for Clay County. Been waiting for a while for Clay County to get some results there and be able to check that out.
So New York Times has got Clay County. They've got some numbers in. Again, I don't know how they're doing this, but 12% of the votes. They've got Jensen at 56%, Walz at 41%. That seems like even a high number for Walz. But again,
say
just
that
12%.
one more time.
So Clay County, just 12% of the vote in, but Jensen at 56%, Walz at 41%.
That sounds about right, don't you think?
I was kind of hoping that Jensen was going to outperform in Clay, but we'll see. It's still early there, just 12% of the vote.
Okay, yeah, and I've got on the Secretary of State website in Minnesota, 27 of 56 precincts reporting in. You do the math. It's a little better than 12%, right?
Yes.
And I could tell you how that's looking as I get down to the, wait a minute here. Wait a minute. Clay County. It's just giving me other races. It's not giving me. It's giving me the Soil and Water Supervisory District. For crying out loud! So I don't know where the governor's race is at. Let's see here. Okay, here we go. 24 of 87 for that race. 24 rather counties reporting out of 87. And you said you had about 12%?
Yep, I got 13% here, so it's
about the same.
Yep.
Yep.
One interesting thing I'll note for people here just locally. So I've got now 50% of the precincts reported on the Moorhead School Board, the school board election. So
11 candidates there.
yeah,
Which I think
and
is
we've
fantastic.
got Keith Vogt. Hopefully, I'm saying that correctly. VOGT. He's leading at 14%. And then we've got Lori Lee Bergen at 11.5%. And then Kent Wolford at 10.8%. So obviously very close when you've got 11 candidates there, but those numbers are coming in. We're at 50% of the precincts reporting, so we'll keep you abreast on that.
And right now, there's 37% of the precincts reporting in North Dakota. John Hoven with a 55% vote total. Katrina Christensen at 25%, and Rick Becker at 18%. Kelly Armstrong 61 to 38%. We expect to hear from him here shortly. Michael Howe 62% to 28% for his Democratic challenger Jeffrey Powell. You just heard Drew Wrigley. He didn't want to count his chickens yet, but he's at 70% of the vote right now. So I don't think it's over.
Yeah,
we can say it. Yeah, Tim Lamb at 29%. In the Ag Commissioner race, Doug Goring at 75%. Dooley, his Democratic challenger, at 24%. PSC race, Julie Fedorchuk, 70% of the vote to 28%. Sherry Haugen Hofford at 69% to Hammers 30%. So that's doing pretty well. Brian Crocius unchallenged. A few more numbers in, so we can tell you a little bit of an update now with about 160,000 votes in total, and that is about 151 precincts out of 398. So there's a ways to go yet. The yes vote overwhelmingly was 62% of the vote in measure number 1. That's the term limits measure, 62 to 37 in favor. Measure 2, the marijuana possession, no vote, taking that right now at 55 to 44. So the latest there as well. Let's see here what else we have for you. How about that Georgia race everybody's been watching? Herschel Walker and Raphael Warnock. They are in a tight race in Georgia. You don't want to hear this, but as I've been telling you, if they don't get to 50%, one of them goes to a runoff. And right now, you've got Walker at 49.3% in Georgia, Warnock at 48.7%. So that is tight as a tick, and just slightly below 50%.
Yes.
For Herschel Walker. So it'll need to get there to be able to call that one finito, one of the national races that we're watching as well. What else?
North Carolina is leaning towards the Republican, which is, I think, good. It was closer than I thought.
Then one of the bellwether states, but
yeah.
it is leaning Republican.
Ron Johnson, 53% of the vote in. He's down, which that should just be a no-brainer for Wisconsin, but who knows where those votes are coming in at.
That's a big one, too, where those metropolitan areas of Wisconsin are going to be a totally different deal.
41%, we don't know where they're from, but 41% of the vote in from Arizona. Mark Kelly at 56, Blake Masters at 42.
All right. Again, depends on where they're from.
Yes.
If it's from Phoenix, big deal. But 40% of the vote in already, which is pretty good because they only closed the polls there, an hour and a half ago. So pretty good. Greg Abbott has won re-election in Texas for a third term down there. Beto O'Rourke has been defeated. Poor Beto.
What's he going to do tomorrow?
I feel so bad for Beto. Really feeling like Beto is going to be, in a tough spot there. So sorry to hear that. Let's look at a couple other races. State Auditor in Minnesota. Latest votes in has the DFLer at 63%, the Republican Ryan Wilson at 31%. Let's switch to, here's the latest, by the way, in the, where'd that go? Attorney General's race. Are we interested in that?
Yes.
Keith Ellison at 64%, Jim Schultz at 34%.
What?
Yeah. 29 of 87 counties reporting right now. 64 for Ellison, 34% for Jim Schultz. Surprise you?
Shocks me.
that
But
right?
again, depends where they're coming in from.
That's true. Michelle Fishbach's up to 64% against her DFL challenger. Did she have a DFL challenger? I'm told she did. But we're not aware of a race. 64% for Michelle Fishbach to 30% for her DFL challenger, Jill Abstain. Wish I could do a better job of pronouncing that. With 26 of 68 precincts reporting, Rob Kupek now with 51% of the vote to Dan Bulmer's 48%. So we're watching that one really close. Really close. Do we have Rob Kupek standing by? All right. And who is with Rob Kupek? Would that be Ty Schoner? Ty Schoner, go ahead.
Hey guys, Ty Schoner here with Rob Kupek standing in the Talk Event Center. I've never actually been here, and I'm really enjoying this space actually.
Yeah, I've actually never been here either. So yes, it is. It's a nice space.
So tell me about the campaign you've run so far, and tell me about what's been happening over the last basically couple months here.
We've been out just knocking a lot of doors, meeting with people one-on-one, and that has only just intensified as we've gotten towards the end of the campaign. So I feel like we've run a really good race. I think our close was really strong. We've had a lot of support and a lot of help. So now it's just a matter of counting the numbers.
Talk about the close then. What was that strong message you think that people wanted to go to the polls for you for?
But mostly I think it was we had a big turnout, and I think we had a big groundswell of support here right at the end. Even on Saturday alone, we knocked nearly 4,000 doors on Saturday. And so some parts of Moorhead, they've probably gotten sick of seeing us, but we covered a lot of Moorhead even twice, making a second pass over that. So that's given us that opportunity to make that second pass. And those issues we've talked about, education, reducing costs for healthcare, those have all resonated, I think, pretty well.
And those are the key issues that you think people will have went to the polls for, it sounds like, right?
I think so. You never either, people go to the polls for a variety of reasons. They vote for candidates for a variety of reasons. But those were certainly the things that I hit upon all summer.
You talked about recently on WDAY radio, and a little bit when we were talking earlier, one of the things you discussed was abortion was a big ticket item for a lot of people. That was one of the things that you were surprised to hear, that women's reproductive rights was a huge item for a lot of people in Minnesota.
Yeah, especially because, I spent a lot of the summer outside of Moorhead. The strategy was, go far where the days are long. It was kind of just days are longer in the summer. You have more time to go over to Detroit Lakes. And so really when that decision came down, I was in a more conservative area, and I was kind of taken aback actually by, I wouldn't bring it up on the doors, but how many people brought it up to me. And it was a big concern for them.
And I asked you to name a number earlier about how many doors you think you knocked on over the course of this campaign. What was that number again?
Personally, I believe I'm somewhere north of 8,000 doors personally. And I know the campaign is over 20,000 doors.
That's still a crazy number to me. And that never ceases to amaze me how much impact and how much reach these campaigns have when it comes to, hey, this is going to be your or this is going to be your senator. I'm learning the terms here. This is going to be your senator. This is going to be the guy who's going to represent you and your values in St. Paul.
Right. And some of it is just connecting one-on-one, getting to, having a little personal conversation. Like I would just try to find something common to just talk about. And then, asking people, what are your concerns? And most of the time people are like, first of all, you've surprised them on their door and they may not have any. And a lot of times though, that concern is something that is very personal to them. And it's not even something we talk about necessarily all the time in the news.
And it's also one of those things too, where it's like you have one of the best common talking points you can ever do, which is the weather. You're trained in the weather. You're a meteorologist.
Right.
And so one of these things is like, hey, at the very least, you can break the ice with, hey, at least the day's going to be nice today, or go out and walk the kids. But
right. And it would always be, if they hadn't heard I was running for Senate, they would be like, why are you here? And I would say, well, this is our new doorstep program. I'm going to show up every day just to personally give you the weather forecast. And that's always, it's a good laugh and an icebreaker. And that's a good way to start a conversation.
That's service with a smile right there.
Right.
So what do you think is going to be the biggest challenge if you were to get elected to the Senate position? Do you think that voicing your policies you support for being here, do you think it's going to be a challenge in St. Paul, or do you think there's going to be more things you can agree with and disagree with?
First of all, as being a longtime Minnesota political observer, it always seems like it's a challenge in St.
Mhm.
Paul. And I think, luckily I have two very good proteges to follow, Ken Eakin and Paul Marquardt.
Mhm.
And I think, they have at times, when necessary, broken from the party when it doesn't benefit Western Minnesota. And I expect to follow their lead and in their footsteps and try to just be the best representative I can be.
Now, my favorite question I'll always like asking when it comes to this stuff is, what are you going to do with the $9 billion? This is always a fun question. And some people are like, hey, come on, we don't need to touch it or give it back at the bare minimum. What's your goal?
Well, there is a chance that there may be a special session before the new session.
Oh.
And they go back and actually bring everybody back and do that. I think the compromise bill that they had worked out last year was a great bill. It had money for schools, it had money for tax relief, it had money for law enforcement. I think that framework is a great place. So I would immediately go back to that. It eliminated the tax on Social Security, the state tax on Social Security too. I think those are all good things, and that is where I think the starting point should be.
And so we're also starting to hear some of the preliminary numbers as well. And it sounds like you're catching some of the districts in Moorhead at the very least. It sounds like right now anyway, you're ahead in some positions. How does that feel right now in you?
It feels good. It's always the where, and I heard them talking about it, but where are the numbers coming from?
Mhm.
I know usually Detroit Lakes tends to come in first. So if some of the numbers are there and I'm ahead, that's good news in Detroit Lakes. So and it'll be interesting to see. I know that usually the Moorhead numbers come in a little bit later. So we'll see where we're at.
And I think one of the most important questions to ask for this election cycle specifically, and when it comes to voting people in, and I asked you this on WDAY, was, do you think that Minnesota is going to stay blue? Do you think that there's a lot of strong Republican challengers here from anywhere from very specific districts to all the way to the governor's seat and the attorney general? Do you think that Minnesota is going to keep its blue reputation?
I think it always has that little bit of a purple tinge to it to begin with. And I think this is going to be a lot of very, very close races. And I think whatever the makeup is of the House and the Senate, it will be a very close and possibly, very almost evenly divided in that. I think that probably most of the people at the top of the ticket, though, stay on the Democratic side.
And what was, I guess, any parting words, any final thoughts, anything? Obviously, we're still counting votes. We're still making sure everything's done correctly here.
Sure.
But what's the parting message to voters out there who are wringing their hands waiting?
I would say, first of all, if, everybody who went out and voted today, no matter who you voted for, thank you. And also, I would say, if you did not vote for me, I want to be a representative if I am the winner, I want to be a representative for everybody. And I want to work on problems, no matter who you are, for this district.
Take phone calls for these people.
Absolutely. Take phone calls, take emails, and have good community discussions with people.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I just spoke with Rob Krupek here, the Minnesota State Senate candidate looking to represent District 4. And I am going to hop back to the studio with Chris Berg and Scott Hennon.
Thank you very much, sir. 19 before the top of the hour. Let's get an update on some of the national races that are happening right now. Bill Helmer is at the decision board and talking a little bit about Pennsylvania right now. Let's go to that as well.
Of Philadelphia. Now, I'm going to show you some numbers that are going to blow your mind, okay? If you're a Democrat running in Pennsylvania, you have to crush the numbers in Philadelphia. Look what Joe Biden did 2 years ago. Yeah.
Who's that?
471,000 raw votes. The state was just decided by 88,000 or so. So Biden was up around 81%. At the moment, in this current Senate race, this is Fetterman. So slightly below, but look at this number. It's 160,000. If you were to take it, I would ask my math genius across the floor, take 160,000 and multiply it by 2. You're at 320,000, okay? So even if you're at that number, Carl, you would be underperforming what Joe Biden did 2 years ago, okay? So I showed you the problem for Fetterman in Philadelphia, but the advantage for Fetterman and perhaps some of the other counties that's happening in another part of the state.
Which is what his campaign said, was the smaller counties, 95% in, et cetera.
So, and we could, and I whip you around this thing here and show you a few other things in the states, but just so our audience knows, at the moment, a little bit over half of the vote in, Fetterman leads by 4 points, and the difference is 113,000. You could go out here and shop around for votes, but again, it's Pittsburgh, it's Erie, it's Philadelphia down here in the southeast. And I want to pop out
Carl,
here.
do you want to weigh in?
Yeah, go ahead, Carl, and I'm going to show you one more thing here.
Look,
Go ahead.
you were fed some stuff from them saying they did better in 3 counties. Well, there are 3 counties, Franklin, Adams, and Lancaster, where Fetterman's doing worse than Biden. So it's a complex picture.
I read the Vance people and the Fetterman people. We're just trying to be fair and balanced.
Right, exactly.
Can I show you?
So,
Sorry.
but look, this right now, Fetterman does have an advantage, but we got a long way to go in this evening. And what I want to see is more in the Southeast. The question is, can Oz run better in Bucks and Chester and Montgomery and Delaware, the suburban counties around Philadelphia, than Donald Trump did? If he can erase that 1.2% advantage that Biden had and win. If he doesn't, it's a problem.
I mean, that's the area where he talked a lot about crime in Philadelphia and what's happening in the suburbs. And he spoke a lot to families who had lost people in that crime surge in Philadelphia. So we'll see if it paid off for him.
You guys want to see it?
Yeah.
Okay, so keep your eye on this one, right? You want to do that one or you want to do Oz?
Well, let me say one more thing before you jump
do it.
into this. Remember, we still are seeing these numbers will have a bigger impact of the early vote, which is more Fetterman. The later we go in the evening, you'll notice.
So say that again, because we said it earlier, but each state does it differently. How they count it and what goes first.
And
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania counts the mail-in ballots that they got and began working at 7 a.m. this morning, which tend to be more Democrat. Those get reported early, and then they begin moving the ballots that were cast today, which tend to be more Republican.
Wow. Okay. So, Carl, here we go. This is Chester County. You just mentioned it. These are the collar counties around Philadelphia. Oz at 44%, right? What was Trump doing? Trump was doing 40%, right? Okay. So you're 1 for 1, Carl. Let's move around here to Montgomery County. Wow. With 30% in. Oz at 20%. Here was Trump 2 years ago. All right. So he's got some work to do. But again, a lot of that vote is still outstanding.
20%. Go back when it gets to get to 30 and go back when it gets to 40. And the gap between the two is going to narrow. The question is, how rapidly can Oz move up as the election day votes show up? And is it enough to close the gap?
Marchand, you want to weigh in?
No, I think it's true. It's all about the Philadelphia suburbs. Oz knew that. That's where he centered his campaign. And he's obviously not running away with it. We're going to be here long into the night as to how this race is decided.
I would also point out that in Pennsylvania, they don't even begin the process of verifying the mail-in ballot. So they've got to grab the envelope, make sure it has a date on it, which was a big issue in the primary in Pennsylvania as well, and verify them before they even begin the process of running them all through the machine.
Yeah.
And the Fetterman campaign is obviously...
They do look at them to make certain that the exterior of the envelope meets the conditions of having been signed and dated, because each election authority has responsibility to alert the voter. You got a mistake with your ballot, you got to come and cure it.
Then they've got some time to go do that.
Yeah, well, but they do that as it arrives, but they can't open the ballot and do all the stuff you need to do until 7 a.m. on Tuesday morning.
Brett, the Fetterman campaign filed these lawsuits to try to make sure that unsigned, undated ballots were going to be accepted. There were actually, I think, 3 legal filings by the Fetterman campaign. They don't do that unless they think it's...
Well, you can argue that both ways. You could argue they don't do that unless they're worried, right? And think they may need whatever extra votes they think they can get out of that. So I think, but I mean, I think everybody knew this was going to be close, and they've hired Mark Elias, who is many things, but he's the Democrats' legal eagle for these kinds of challenges. He's also the guy that was heavily behind the Trump-Russia collusion conspiracy, or charge of conspiracy, and so this is going to be bare knuckles all the way. It looks like, and we may not know the outcome of this for some time. If it gets so close that lawsuit could make a difference.
Here we go again.
Here we go again. Yeah.
Hey, Bill, let's go to Ohio real quick, because that's one that's separating.
Sure do. I just want to give Carl his due.
Okay.
All right. You said it. I just want to prove it to our audience. All right. This is the job that Oz needs to do. Okay. This is Bucks County. So you're just outside the city of Philadelphia. Suburban, right? That's your suburban vote. Here's where Donald Trump was 2 years ago. So you see the challenge for Oz, okay? Now, Brett, go ahead, call it out. You wanted to
Ohio,
go to
which
Ohio
seems
and the
like it's
Senate?
separating a little bit.
Let me just dial this bad boy up here a second, okay? Here we are back in the Buckeye State, 81% reporting now, okay? And you see the advantages, not quite 8 points, but it's close to it.
Wow.
I've been telling you for a while that, I mean, if I'm the Ryan team, I want this county to show up for me. This is Cleveland, it's Cuyahoga, it's 3-1 Democrats, and you got 73% reporting. I don't know at this stage whether or not that number is going to be good enough to get the job done for J.D. Vance. Go ahead,
Bill,
Britt.
Is any of that Cuyahoga in, to your knowledge?
A lot of it is.
All right. The Fox folks will continue to watch as well on some of the key national races they're doing. Senator John Hoeven has made some comments after his race has been called for a third term. Here's those comments live from the GOP headquarters at Sweet Shots tonight.
This is great. Okay. So got to start with the family. Thanks to my family. I tell you what, all of you who have campaigned, you know how much work it is. And, you know, your family has to put up with all that and do a lot of the work. And so I just want to start. I mean, you're all our family, right? It's the big Republican family, and North Dakota's a family. But I've got to start with my family. Of course, that starts with my far better half, Mikey. Get over here. Yeah, and then I got a few others. Is it okay if I introduce them? I mean, you're not going anywhere right away. So if I take a minute to, okay. I'll probably miss some because they're coming at a high rate of speed. Matter of fact, we just had another grandson a week ago today. Yeah, Liam. I love it, Liam. Yeah. So we're now 3 short of a football team. Yeah. So Marcella, Jack, let's go. We got 3 more, and then we got a football team. Let's see. So Marcella and Matt. Now I'm going to start with the oldest, and that's Crew. That's him. He might even say a word or two for us. And then there's Jax. And then this is Nash. Can they see behind the foot? This is Nash. And then that's Kip. Kip, wave at him, bud. And that's Hart. Yeah, that's Hart. And then Jack and Kelly. Now Kelly couldn't look. Kelly just had a baby last Tuesday. Liam, as I mentioned. So she's home with Rhett and Dane and Liam because it's just. I guess if when you've only been out in about a week, it's a little hard to stay up this late. So anyway, Kelly, God bless you. If you're watching TV, they were over earlier, but had to take the boys home. So to my family, thank you. Over the course of last year, there's been many demands, and they've been there and they've been wonderful. Okay, now I also again, it's all family. So now I want to introduce our campaign family. You know them all, or most of them, and they're just awesome. They're awesome. Now, as you all know, the 3 most famous Norwegians are Sven, Ole, and Lars. And we have Lars. Where is Lars? We have Lars. And his beautiful wife, Julie, is there. And as you all know, Lars is kind of a rogue element, but Julie keeps him on track pretty well most of the time. By the way, he does have a motorcycle gang now, and so if you're interested in joining a motorcycle gang, see Lars and Julie. Jessica Lee, who's my state director and campaign director. Jessica Wave, she did an amazing job. Awesome. And then kind of a new girl. She's kind of a new girl. She's really cute, really sweet. We think we're going to keep her. If you haven't had a chance to meet her, Carol Nitschke. She's new. She's just getting going, but I think she's got the hang of it. It just clicks with her. It's so cool. Cole Garman. Cole. Aaron Weber. Where's Aaron? Cole. Aaron Weber. Where's Aaron? There's Cole. There, Weber, yep. The pride of Wishick, North Dakota. Ty Kennedy. Ty, I didn't see you here. Where's Ty? He's still working. Okay. Lauren Lemke, Lauren Zadal. Where are you, Lauren? I went to school with one of her uncles. Well, her actually great uncles, I think, coached me, and I played ball with some of them. And her dad, I think, I watched him coach some state championships at Bishop Bryan and then later at West Fargo. So she's a doll. We love her. She came over and worked on the campaign side, but she works with us in DC. We love her to death. Dawson Scheffler. Dawson. Our man, yes. And Caden Wurzbacher. Caden, where are you? Good to see you, Caden. Those two are the dynamic duo, Batman and Robin. They really are. Okay, and then I'm not going to go through our whole Senate team, but they are so amazing, both in DC and in state here. Tony Eberhardt's our chief, and I just got to tell you, it's something you build over time. You put the team together, and when you've had time and they work together, they just get better and better. And honest to gosh, we work hard for the people of North Dakota. We'll continue to do that. But I think we're particularly effective because this team has developed, and it's such a good team. It's such a good team in DC and here in the state. And Tony Eberhardt leads our team in DC. Jess leads it in the state, and they're awesome. And it's really important because they do incredible work for the state of North Dakota. And now, thanks to all of you, we'll be able to continue to do that work. So we're kind of happy about it. Okay. But speaking of teams, this is important. This is kind of one of the themes, I think, for the evening. Now, we have some phenomenal statewide candidates running, and I'm going to mention all of them. It's going to be hard for you to control your enthusiasm and excitement. But at the end, then you can just go nuts. So let me get through but I'm going through the ones that are running. Because this is an incredible group of individuals. And you're going to hear from them all tonight because they're going to win. Of course, Kelly Armstrong. And Kevin and I love serving Kelly. And he'll be on here soon. And he's just the best. Just the best. There he is. Yes. And I saw him interviewed already on TV. You're unnatural. And your wife does great ads for you, I'm telling you right now. And Julie Fedorchak, the pride of the PSC. And new on the PSC, doing an amazing job already. Sherry Haugenhofer. Is Sherry here? She worked hard on the campaign. Yeah. And then we've got a couple and then a couple others I think are here or will be here. This guy squeaked out a race that nobody, this thing we all thought would go down to the wire, but I think it's safe to say that Brian Procius is going to win tonight. It's tight. Everyone knows he's like running unopposed, right? That's not that funny a line without knowing that. And then the best ag commissioner. The best ag commissioner in all 50 states, Doug Goring. Doug, where are you? Okay, that's an amazing team. And I know we've had a bunch of legislators here tonight. I think Representative Todd Porter, Jason Doctor, Bob Martinson, Karen Carls. I saw her back there. We went door to door, didn't we, Karen? We went door to door. Yeah. Glenn Bosch, Mike Nathy, Senator Jessica Bell's here, Senator Nicole Pullman. Some of them might have left. And let's see, Larry Clemeen might still be here. Pat Heiner, my senator, Diane Larson, my senator, Dick Dever, who, by the way, if you come on Friday for the veterans ceremony, which will be there, Dick Dever's the keynote speaker. So I know you're going to want to hear that. You guys do a great job. And then also I want to mention this guy, just because he's so much fun, is John Godfrey, because he's heads and shoulders above every insurance commissioner in the country. I defy you to tell me I'm wrong on that. Heads and shoulders above all of them. Shane Gettle, our national committeeman, and Josh Gallion, our Green State auditor. Josh, where are you? There he is. All right. So, look, I bring up, and then we've got all our statewide Republicans that aren't running. They're awesome too. But again, you know who they are. And I'm not going to go through every single one. But the point I want to make is we are a Republican team. We're a Republican team, and we work to help each other. And we bring a philosophy and approach to governing that is the approach that not only supports and empowers our state, but our whole country. Perry Schaefer, thank you for your leadership of the Republican Party. Let's hear it. Okay. Nick Hacker, Board of Higher Ed. Nick, thank you for all you do. I mean it. Don't act shy or humble. He's awesome. We have the right philosophy. It's a philosophy that empowers people. As Republicans, we're about freedom. We're about empowering people. We've got the right agenda for the state of North Dakota and for this country, whether it's making our state an ag powerhouse, which we are, or an energy powerhouse, and continuing to build that and drive it for this country, or supporting small business, which is the backbone of our economy in North Dakota, and it's the backbone of our economy for this nation, whether it's pushing back on the Biden agenda, which we are doing and will continue to do, in energy, ag, everywhere else, or whether it's fighting for the fundamentals, the things that enable Americans to lead their lives the way they choose, not the way their government tells them to. We fight for those things. United as Republicans. Lower taxes, less regulation, less red tape, less bureaucracy, less spending, less government, more security, more support for our police, for law enforcement, securing the border, support for our veterans, support for our military, so people feel safe here at home and abroad. That's what we bring to the people as a united Republican Party. And that's what we will continue to bring to the people of North Dakota and this country as a united Republican Party. God bless all of you. Now for the keynote speech. That was the warm-up. Now for the keynote speech. First by Mikey, and then by Crew. Yeah? Oh, yeah. Are you going to say something? Okay. Are you ready?
Thanks for electing my grandpa.
Senator John Hoeven in the victory speech, along with a grandson chiming in on that as well. 10 o'clock at WZFG, Dilworth, Fargo, Moorhead, USA. Election night coverage brought to you by Labor Masters continues. We'll take a short break, and then we're going to check in with another of the candidates as our election coverage continues. Don't go away.
Plains Grain and Agronomy is seeking to hire you. Are you a self-motivated professional who understands agronomy operations, including maintaining plant facilities and equipment? Have great computer knowledge, a Class A CDL, has excellent time management and customer service skills? This job is for you. You must pass a pre-employment drug test and able to lift 50 pounds. More on the website. Go to plainsgrain.com. That's plainsgrain.com for this agronomy operations position.
People with chronic lower back pain have often tried lots of different things, and most of those things just don't work, and they're searching things that do work. Non-surgical spinal decompression is a type of treatment done with a specialized machine that has very high success rates, and we're lucky to be one of the few clinics in the entire state that has it.
My name is Sydney, and I had debilitating back pain for 11 years. I went into the clinic to receive treatment. After 8 treatments, I had been feeling much better. After those 8 treatments, I was back to playing volleyball, golf. Dr. Z at the clinic helped me get back to the sports that I love.
A research study performed on low back patients that had already failed medical, chiropractic, and physical therapy, in other words, the surgery group, had a 90% success rate with decompression treatment. So whether it's chronic lower back pain, sciatica, knee injuries from running, neck pain, headaches, or shoulder problems, the clinic can help. Find us at theclinicnow.com. That's theclinicnow.com. theclinicnow.com.
Safe shooting is a way of life at Red River Regional Marksmanship Center in West Fargo. That is why we offer safe shooting and education classes for adults who have never shot before and those that need a little refresher. They offer basic and advanced classes, and you can even take a class on mounting your scope or cleaning your gun. RRRMC has a ladies' night, so you can ask questions and learn about different classes for situational awareness and defensive safety. Find out more online at rrrmc.com and see you at the range.
Make a difference and jump right in to an incredible and rewarding career at Bethany Retirement Living. We're looking for RNs, LPNs, and CNAs. We offer flexible hours and great pay alongside a fun, knowledgeable team. And don't forget to ask about our student loan bonus program. At Bethany, we know that great people are essential to providing great care. Take the first step and apply online at bethanynd.org and find out how to make your career brighter at Bethany. Reside, relax, rehab. Bethany Retirement Living.
10:02 as our election coverage continues. Tom Tucker standing by with the Secretary of State-elect of North Dakota, Michael Howe. Go ahead, Tom.
Thank you, Scott. State Representative Michael Howe, soon to become our newest and latest Secretary of State. Congratulations on what appears to be a victory for you here tonight. Long road for you. What are you thinking? What are you feeling? What's your reaction tonight?
Well, Tom, just a great night for Republicans here in the state of North Dakota. Last check, all our statewide candidates who I've had the pleasure to campaign with really for the last 10 months were all successful. I think that signals North Dakotans are happy with Republican leadership. We've been fortunate enough to have strong Republican leadership across the state for 30 years. The voters like what they're getting out of that. And I think the results tonight indicate that. And it's been a grind. 42 weeks today, Tom. I announced my campaign, January 18th. It was a cold, blustery day. It was a cold, blustery day here today at Fargo. But right now, happy where we're sitting. Finished this to the end, but very, very fortunate for all the support I've received.
Over 42 weeks, I'm sure you've spoken with many voters, many constituents. What are some of the concerns that you're hearing, some of the feedback that you're getting?
Well, the Secretary of State's office, the office, your chief election officer, the political climate that's been out there, elections have been the topic of conversations for 2 years. So in North Dakota, every single stop I had, we talk about the election process. If someone was willing to listen to hear it out, I maintained our election process was secure. People in North Dakota can trust their votes are being counted accurately and securely. And we had a state audit report come out last week from State Auditor Josh Gallion that confirmed everything I think we knew here in North Dakota. The legislature has done a tremendous job setting election law. The Secretary of State's office has implemented that law. The counties and have run the elections in each individual county, run by our friends and neighbors. People in North Dakota can rest assured that their vote has been counted accurately and securely tonight and in the past.
Al Jaeger has been in the position now for nearly 30 years.
Yeah.
What might you take from what he did while in office, and what might you do differently?
Well, first, just hats off to Secretary Jaeger. 30 years in public service. What an admirable thing. He certainly didn't have to do it, enjoy doing it, and he kept winning elections to be there. He has certainly done a lot, I think, a good job instituting technology in the office the last 4 years, getting first stop in for business filing and registration. There's a lot there to build off of. He's kind of started it the last 4 years. Let's build off that. Probably a lot of North Dakotans are on the Secretary of State website tonight, hitting refresh with those election results. I think we can put a new face on that website. It's not as user-friendly as I think it can be and responsive to the taxpayer. Have it work seamlessly across state government. If you're a contractor getting your contractor license, you probably need to go to the tax department website. Have those two websites interact in a seamless process in an easily findable 1, 2, 3 click and boom, you're done. That's really top priority of businesses of what we can improve on and build on.
Yeah, you mentioned a business registration. That's obviously will be under your purview. Thoughts with regard to that process and what might need to change with regard to how businesses register in this state at a time when there is significant growth and investment happening here in North Dakota?
During the height of the oil boom, 2011, 2012, Secretary of State's office was just flooded with requests. Sometimes the turnaround would be 10 weeks. Secretary Jaeger knew at the time it was unacceptable, but they weren't prepared. They didn't have a staff. They didn't have a budget to accommodate all those requests. Once things slowed down, they had a legislative session, had more funding, added more staff. They seemed to get a hold on that. I believe the average turnaround time for a business license is 2 or 3 weeks. Hey, let's build on that too. Let's have those turnaround times, improve on them. Again, with increased technology, easily usable technology, I think we can increase that timeline and be responsive to the business owner and the taxpayer.
I'm speaking with the North Dakota Secretary of State-elect Michael Howe. One thing you also talked about during the campaign was the possibility of setting up what you call an election lab. What is that, and why would that be something you think would be a good idea?
So I mentioned, every stop I was on, I talk about election education, educating North Dakotans on North Dakota election law and the process and how that happens. Again, I go back the last 2 years. Elections have been under the spotlight in other states. Election law here in North Dakota is different than it is in Arizona. It's different than it is in Georgia and Michigan. Having an election lab on site at the Capitol or utilizing the counties and inviting the public, this is what happens once you submit your ballot through the machine. This is how it's being counted accurately and in a secure manner. I've said along the campaign trail, pulling the blinds up on the process, Tom, and inviting the public to see that, building that trust, educating the public of how their elections work.
All right, very, very well. I'm speaking with Michael Howe, North Dakota Secretary of State-elect. Other thoughts in closing you'd like to share or express?
Tom, I just want to thank the people of North Dakota for going out and voting. Whether you voted for me or voted for somebody else, thank you for participating in the process. We saw a great turnout here on Election Day, November 8th, and all last week for early voting. Thanks for participating. The issues are far too important to sit at home. So a midterm election typically doesn't have the highest turnout. I don't know the official numbers yet, but very pleased with North Dakotans coming out and voting today.
All right, Michael Howe, congratulations, and thanks so much for the time and all the best moving forward.
Thank you, Tom.
All right, Scott, back to you in the studio.
Yeah, that's a historic win with the new Secretary of State presiding in that office for first time in a long time. Chris, congratulations to Michael Howe, farm kid out of Mapleton, North Dakota. So I think that's kind of exciting.
It's going to be interesting to see what he does to sort of update that office and maybe put some more tech involved there. And I mean, everything else is going well tech-wise as far as the state's concerned. So
he talked a little bit about the website and improving that. So I think that's definitely necessary. Latest numbers we have on a Minnesota race that we're watching for State Senator District 4. This is now with 82% of the precincts reporting, and you have 53% for Rob Kupak, 45% for Dan Bomer. So that's 53-45 in that race. That's State Senator District 4. What are you watching?
So I'm continue to watch this Minnesota gubernatorial race. And when you talk about that Senate race, so here in Clay County, again, this is according to the New York Times, but 88% of the votes in Clay County, Tim Walz, 51%, Scott Jensen, 45%. So to me, that's underperforming in Clay County. But then you break it down by the, CD7, the congressional district, and he seems to be performing better, but still not a lot of numbers in there. So the one that jumped out to me, I mean, you've got 30% of the precincts reporting in the entire state. Again, don't know where these numbers are coming from exactly, but Jim Schultz down by 13 points. I just, unless they're all Hennepin and Ramsey County numbers, that's pretty stunning to me.
Doesn't feel like a red wave in Minnesota tonight.
No, you know what? You bring up a great point. I'm getting texts right now. People saying the same thing. Even you look at the U.S. Senate race. Like I thought, now New Hampshire doesn't have a lot of votes in, but I thought his name was Don Bolduc. He's the Republican there. I thought he might actually make a play. Yeah,
that was a race
He's
that was
crushed.
Thought to be. I think they've called it already for.
Oh, they did.
Yeah, for his Democratic opponent. Now she was an incumbent, but that was a race that a lot of people were watching around the state, saying, "Hey, that looks good." So
how can Fetterman be up by 1? I mean, 71% of the vote. And again, maybe it's all Philly votes, but you're right. The red wave may not be what we anticipated.
49.4% to 48.3%. That one is really, 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 really close. And again, it totally depends on where these come from in these states.
And you're on fire tonight, Scott. You're right. CNN just called Democrat Senator Maggie Hassan?
Hassan,
Hassan out of New Hampshire. They're declaring her victorious in New Hampshire. New Hampshire seems to be a much more, I thought, conservative state, but apparently, the point is how do you continue to vote for that? You know what I'm saying? I mean, the economy's not good. I don't know what's going well in New Hampshire. Like, why continue to vote for that?
Yeah, good questions. State auditor race in Minnesota is right now the DFLer Julie Blaha is 53%. Ryan Wilson, the Republican, has 41% in that particular race. We were also watching of course, District 7 race. Not much of a contest there. Michelle Fishbach, 61% of the vote. That's come down a little bit. It's with 23% of the precincts now reporting. Why would there be only 23%? of the precincts reporting in District 7. Doesn't that seem crazy?
It does.
Yeah. Anyway, Michelle Fischbach what am I trying to say? She got this one well in hand with the lead of 61 to 32% right now. All right. And in the race, I know you're on pins and needles about the Attorney General's race. Keith Ellison, 56%. Jim Schultz, the Republican, 43%.
Yeah, that one's
so there again. Feels like a bluish. I should just say there's no red wave. It's just Minnesota being Minnesota is what it is.
But I mean,
nothing's really bucked the trend.
I just thought there would be a little bit of a buck, especially after, Trump was so close to winning Minnesota back in the day. So we'll see, though. Again, it's still early. Depends on where these votes are coming in at. 33%.
Here's one to watch. The Senate right now is 49-46 Republican. Okay. So think of that. 49-46 the seats there. So that is going to be a race we're going to continue to watch. The Senate likely to go to Republican hands and with a couple of votes, in their pocket. So that's something that's pretty good. All right, we need to take a break. 10:13. This is our election coverage. I'm Scott Hannon along with Chris Berg here tonight, watching the races you care about tonight. Take a short break. Come back with more.
Hi, my name is Justina, and I am a junior at Fargo North. I moved here with my parents at an early age, and I plan to study business in college. The reason that I'm so hopeful about my future is Legacy Children's Foundation. I want to thank the amazing donors who are complete strangers to me. I'm amazed by the generosity. Because of them, Legacy youth receive resources and positive relationships to become educated leaders. Find out more at legacychildrensfoundation.com.
Here's the top 5 reasons why now is the right time to own a hot spring spa. 1, they're in stock and ready to deliver now. 2, 12-month, no interest, no payment financing. Use now, pay later. 3, the absolute best ownership experience. Better massage, better water, better energy, which means you use it more. 4, wellness. You get out better than you got in. 5, every day made better. Below the water, above the water, and beyond the water. Hot spring spas and pool tables too. Fargo, Bismarck, Grand Forks. Tell them Scott sent you.
Living this simple life, what does that mean? Broughton Cabinets knows. Their designers understand that some families want simple, clean, uncluttered kitchens. Yet they also realize that your coffee maker, smoothie blender, and bagel toaster all need to be easily available, yet cleverly hidden. Relax. Broughton Cabinets has been building custom cabinets for almost 50 years with the Broughton Promise, quality that stays on budget. Visit their new showroom on the I-29 frontage road south of Fleet Farm.
Get more than just a great deal. Get the Luther Advantage. Every pre-owned vehicle comes with a 60-day, 2,500-mile warranty. Every pre-owned vehicle comes with a 5-day, 500-mile return policy. Use your Luther Advantage card and save on gas, or even a car wash at any Holiday Station store. Get the Luther Advantage at Luther Family Buick GMC, corner of I-29 and 32nd Avenue South in Fargo.
Are you afraid of the dentist? Putting off much needed work on your dental health because you're uncomfortable in the chair? There's a lot of reasons that people fear dental work. But that's why Sedation Dentistry is here. Dr. Jeff, my dentist, designer smiles, does Sedation Dentistry. It works great. You can complete years of dental work in one visit. Call to schedule your appointment at 701-298-9400 to find out more, or go to fargodentalcare.com.
Are you suffering from neuropathy? Do you experience stabbing, numbness, tingling, or burning in your feet? Are you tired of sleepless nights and avoiding life due to pain? If you've been diagnosed with neuropathy or have pain or numbness in your feet, call us right now before it's too late at 701-929-7505. Again, 701-929-7505. Neuropathy is a very serious and progressive disease where your nerves start to break down. It can lead to balance problems, complete loss of independence, and in some cases, amputation. Our program addresses the underlying causes and doesn't simply mask your symptoms with medication. In fact, many patients start to feel relief from their symptoms within weeks. There's no surgery and no use of prescription drugs. Pick up the phone and call now at 701-929-7505 or find out if you're a candidate for our neuropathy program that has changed thousands of lives. Call us today at 701-929-7505.
The big election is today, and Rob Schmidt is on Newsmax tonight talking about the real issues the big media won't. Rob shows how inflation is killing us. Then Rob looks at our border, soaring crime, the woke agenda, and so much more. And Rob speaks with the candidates in the big races. He talks the latest polls with Dick Morris and more. I watch Newsmax for Rob Schmidt, and I invite you to do the same thing. Millions are switching to Newsmax. You should too. Get the latest poll data and election results directly to your cell phone from Newsmax. Just text the word RALLY to 39747. That's RALLY to 39747. Get the latest about Trump's big announcement too. Just text RALLY to 39747 right now. Again, that's RALLY to 39747 right now. Watch Newsmax on Rob Schmidt today. I watch Newsmax, and you should too.
Time now for Focus on the Field Ag News, brought to you by Summit Carbon Solutions.
A beef nutrition specialist with the University of Missouri says cattle producers need to make sure cows are getting enough energy heading into the winter. Eric Bailey says cows should calve with a body score of at least 5. When a cow calves in a body condition score less than 5 on that scale, typically it will take longer to breed back the next year. And that's either going to reduce pregnancy rates or it's going to back producers into the corner of extending a breeding season to try to maximize pregnancy. Bailey says feed and energy costs for cows are up, with producers paying more for low-quality hay, and corn costs are double what they were during most recent droughts.
That's today's Focus on the Field Ag Minute with Ag Director Bridget Riedel, brought to you by Summit Carbon Solutions. Tune in for Ag News Minutes each weekday on the Flag.
Election 2022 coverage continues. I'm Scott Hannon along with Chris Berg. Chris, any races you're watching, keeping a close eye on, wondering about?
I just continue to watch this Minnesota situation with the gubernatorial race and obviously the AG race. I mean, the AG, all the polls showed that Schultz was going to at least win by 3, 4, 5 points. Again, polls are polls, but you thought the momentum was there. And as you're starting to look at the numbers, I'm not going to call the Minnesota governor's race, but it's an uphill battle for Jensen to win at this point.
Yeah, I wish I knew where all these results were from. There's 50 of 87 counties reporting, and you have 58% for Walz and Flanagan and 38% for Jensen and Burke. It just seems like a lot of ground to make up.
It does.
The only thing that would be promising here is if all these numbers are the Twin Cities, and you have a whole lot of swath of outstate Minnesota left. But the numbers are widening, and that's one we're watching rather closely to see exactly what's going to happen there and what some of the national networks are saying as well in that race. Governor Kemp, the Republican, has just defeated Stacey Abrams in Georgia. That race was watched rather closely, and it's not close. On the other hand, the New York governor's race, Hochul is leading over Lee Zeldin there. That was a potential pickup as well. So a few of the races we're watching to be able to read the tea leaves a little bit. Here's some of the races in North Dakota that we're keeping an eye on. John Hoeven projected a winner already, 56% of the vote to Katrina Christensen's 25% and Rick Becker's 18%. In the House race, Kelly Armstrong, 61% to Carl Munn's 37%. Michael Howe, the Secretary of State candidate on the Republican side, 63% of the vote. We just heard from him. 27% from Jeffrey Powell, the Democrat, 9% for the independent candidate, Charles Tuttle. Drew Wrigley was 70% of the vote to Tim Lowndes' 29% of the vote. A solid victory there. Doug Goring, 75% to 24% victory there. Julie Fedorchuk, 71 to 28, the winner. Sherry Haugen Hoffert, the other PSC race, 70 to 29%. So solid wins there. Brian Crochus, the big win, unopposed in that race as well. Latest numbers on the measures. Measure one is the term limits. for the governor and the legislature in North Dakota. That's winning big, 63 to 36%.
Wow.
And the measure number 2 related to legalization of marijuana, 55 to 45 no. That one is its time has not come yet in North Dakota,
No, it has
although
not.
that number continues to shrink a little bit, and it seems like the proponents of that just keep on trying until they get the correct answer. Let's check in on some of the national races. Fox News Channel, Bill Hemmer now is at the board talking about Georgia.
Apologize, but you watch this number here. Oh, that's Fulton County. That is a healthy dose of votes out of Fulton County, largest county in the state. Okay, let's pop around here. Cobb, you're at 95. Gwinnett, not even quite half. All right, DeKalb, 3/4. What do we hear south of Atlanta? Clayton's almost all the way in. Fayette's at 80%. Henry County is almost all the way in. You see how this is coming in here now? Rockdale, 99. Newton is 93. Did I check this one? Yeah.
Talk about Georgia now.
We'll come back to that one with Warnock. The point being, sorry.
Where's Athens?
I'm going to show you that in 1 second. If Warnock is going to be able to pull this out and get over 50%, a lot of those votes from the surrounding counties, it's not a lot of vote that's still out there for a state this large right now. A lot of it's been accounted for. If you were to come east of Atlanta, Brett, right? See this little blue island out here? That is Clark County, spelled with an E. That is Athens. That's the University of Georgia. 40 years ago this year, Herschel Walker won the Heisman Trophy. And 40 years later, he's not going to win the county in which he played football at Georgia. But you can bet a lot of this Georgia red out here is going for Walker.
What does it look like in terms of how much of that is in and how much is not in those red areas?
I mean, I could pop around, Britt, and it might be an interesting. Clark County's at almost 100%. Again, those numbers can change too.
Does your purple work?
Oh, yeah. Great call. Okay, here we go. So most of this, as I look at it here, is surrounding this Atlanta area here. And then you got a few others down here in south. I would say, let's take this. Walton County appeared to me to be a county where the purple was more vibrant. So you got a lot of vote out there right now, okay? It appears to be a Walker County. President Trump 2 years ago, well, look what he did in Walton County, okay? So you've got some vote out there for Herschel Walker. Let me come out here and go back to our purple. What do you see on here? I see a few down here. I see one right along the border here with South Carolina. And see what that is. That's Columbia County. Wow, that sounds familiar, doesn't it? Walker's at 68%. Trump was in that county. He was, okay, so an overperformance now in this part of the state for Herschel Walker. So I would say right now that this race is too close to call. I did not know that was going to go to 49.0. Boom.
There you go.
Very interesting.
Our difference now is 1,345 votes. And we are getting to the point where, as our very graphic what if scenario showed us, the control of the U.S. Senate is still very much in play with a number of states, both out west and in Georgia.
We'll do this again shortly.
Bill,
Go ahead.
Can you pull up New York 17 and take a look at how Maloney is
great
faring?
One, Martha.
This is like an ordering at a restaurant.
I would like with the sauce on the side, please.
And the California roll.
No, Mark, don't order the sushi. Great question, Martha. Really good. This is New York 17 here. Okay, so you're just north of New York City or Hudson Valley.
Wow.
This is
going to win.
Right, exactly. It looks like Mike Lawler turned out to be a real good candidate. And Sean Patrick Maloney's down by about 10 points with about 70% of the vote counted. I tell you what I find interesting, if you move up the Hudson Valley here, you go up to New York 18, look what you're seeing here. All right, Pat Ryan is just hanging on over Colin Schmidt. Both these guys are veterans. Pat Ryan ran in that special election back in August. They like this candidate a lot. And I would just say, before we get to a couple more race calls, this is New York 19. Mark Molinaro has just taken the lead over Riley. Molinaro was the one who lost to Pat Ryan just about 3 months ago. Get some race calls right now, sir.
Thank
Okay.
you. So we can project that Michigan Democratic Governor Gretchen Whitmer will prevail over Republican Tudor Dixon in that Michigan race. Very closely watched. Dixon was able to close the gap there towards the end, but Whitmer has pulled out another term as governor of Michigan.
We can also project that New York Governor Kathy Hochul will win her first full term in office, defeating Republican House Congressman Lee Zeldin. Now, this race, you couldn't project at the beginning that it was going to be as close as it was. There were Democrats in this state that were saying this is a done deal and Zeldin was going to win. But Kathy Hochul pulls it out. I will point out that she brought in every luminary in the Democratic Party, including former President Obama, former President Clinton, Secretary Clinton, the whole panoply.
Brett, I just keep wondering what the Florida effect might have been on Lee Zeldin. A lot of people moved out of New York City, and he had to get at least 30%, I think 1.4 million votes in New York City. And that may have been where he fell short. I think we lost 50,000 residents in New York City in August alone. And it'll be interesting to see if some of the explosion that we saw in Florida is partly people who are disgruntled and left New York.
We'll talk about that in a second, but
we're also calling the Nebraska governor's race for Republican Jim Pillen in that one.
So, Dana, what about that New York race? And I mean, we covered it very closely. The issue of crime obviously moved the needle, not enough to get Zeldin over the top, but might get some of these New York congressmen or New York House races.
Yeah, so I have a good friend who works on Democratic House races who told me that they truly believe that they were going to lose all of the Long Island races and these Hudson Valley races as well. Be interesting to see what happens with Colin Schmidt and Pat Ryan. Pat Ryan considered one of the best Democratic candidates that's been out there, but Colin Schmidt right on his heels. And the other thing is Lee Zeldin he finally was able to get media attention for a really big issue in New York, especially New York City, and that is crime in the city. And part of what you see in Long Island and the Hudson Valley is that they come into New York to work, and their children come here to work, or their children are living here, and they're upset about it and they're worried. A little bit of a shame, I think, for Lee Zeldin that he gave it that much of a shot. Now, there is a Senate race in a couple of years, I believe, in New York. I think I have that right. He's shown that he can at least get a foothold. He had never run in a statewide race before. Maybe he will try to give it another shot. There was one other race in New York that Bill was showing me because I like this candidate up there, LaRon Singletary. New York 25. This is at Rochester, one of the highest crime rates in New York State. Former police chief. One of the things that was pretty interesting over the weekend is he got a refugee group to go out and canvass for him. They had never voted for a Republican before, but they're worried about crime and they want their kids to be better educated.
And he's leading by 3,369.
It's a really interesting race. Former police chief, exactly right.
Yep.
He got run out during 2020.
Yep.
In custody of some police officers in Rochester. One of the suspects was asphyxiated and the police chief lost his job for it. He's coming back to gain his reputation back.
Yeah.
Rochester's homicide rate hit an all-time record this past year.
Josh Kraushaar, those are two big governor's wins, though, for Democrats, Gretchen Whitmer and Kathy Hochul.
A big governor's win in both those states. But I do want to point to New York being a rare bright spot for Republicans because Lee Zeldin may not win the governor's race, but he's keeping it close enough and he's capitalizing, as Dana said, on a very pertinent issue of crime. And then New York City and Rochester and Buffalo, there are a lot of House races, including that of the House Campaign Committee chairman, that Democrats hold that are in danger right now. So if Republicans get the House, and it's been a little bit disappointing for House Republicans right now, but the margin may end up being in New York State, where a lot of Republicans are doing quite well.
Great point.
Okay, from the White House, we can say that the president made these congratulatory calls. He tweeted out a shot of him on the phone, calling a number of different races, a number of different candidates, and finished with, "If you're in line to vote, remember, stay in line," from President Biden. So with that, Britt, do you have any thoughts at this point of the night?
Well, we haven't called North Carolina, right?
We have not as of
And
yet.
and we can in our what if scenario, we counted that as red, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Bud leads by 4 points.
But yeah, that looks pretty good, I think, down there for Bud in North Carolina.
We do have another governor call in Minnesota. Tim Walz will win that. Another big win for Democrats. This was more projected from the beginning, but Tim Walz will beat the Republican Jensen in that race from Minnesota. So the governor's races, there are a number of them obviously out west that Republicans are looking for, including Arizona with Kari Lake. And there is a lot coming in as far as raw vote total, but those are all too early to call.
Yep, waiting for Oregon as well, which has been an interesting race to watch. So the night is far from over. We are counting down to our next poll closing as the balance of power in Washington takes shape before our eyes. Fox News Democracy 22 continues right after this break. Stay with us.
What if?
Our Fox coverage continues as well as our AM 1100, the FM 92.3 coverage as well. 28 minutes before the top of the hour, 10:32. I'm Scott Hennon along with Chris Berg. And the Walz race is a done deal. I guess that's one of the races we came into tonight thinking what could happen. Scott Jensen, Matt Burke running a pretty good race. What do you make of that, Chris?
I don't know what to make of it right now. Like I really thought, hey, this is gonna. If there was ever a year to win it, like this year seemed to be the year, and clearly it's not happening. I just realized now that Minneapolis, Hennepin, Ramsey County just dominate Minnesota to such a point that apparently you can have a precinct burned down, cost you $500 million.
Oh my gosh!
Have carjackings, people on lockdown, and still win. I just don't. The red wave definitely did not happen.
I would say this too, that we've watched a lot of Minnesota governor's races over the years. The Jensen, Burke team was a solid one. They really, to me, had a very good strategy. You saw them a lot. It wasn't, so often you're like totally like, come on, do something, get out there, trying to cheer on the Republican candidate to be able to at least have a race out of it. And I thought they did a pretty good job. I think I ran a good campaign.
Yeah. And like you said, Matt Burke, I mean, great name recognition across the state of Minnesota. I thought Jensen was hustling all the time. I don't know. I mean, that game pretty well. What would you have done differently? Or is it just the fact that, hey, Hennepin and Ramsey are just there what they are?
I think that's the deal. I just think it's so overwhelmingly that Democratic machine is Minnesota's a Democratic state.
And you know what?
It is.
I touched on it earlier today on my show, but I think too, when you've got Walz and his people spending $2 million, not a month, but a week for 2.5 straight months.
Think about that.
Yeah, that is a lot of money in Minnesota. And I know at one point Scott Jensen was on the defense in regards to the abortion situation, and you got to be on offense in politics. And I think when he went on defense, that wasn't a good sign. But even you look at, go ahead, Scott, because I want to get your comment. I mean, that's a lot of money in Minnesota politics.
It is, and again, it's in a Democratic state. It just is. Looking at the latest numbers in the race out in Pennsylvania, and it's still close. There's 79% of votes in. I just can't even fathom this. John Fetterman.
Is that live on Newsmax? Because maybe we want to just take that if it is.
I don't know. It's a very close race. Let's go to Newsmax, pick that up. Fetterman and Oz, 49-48. 95% of the vote in. So let's find out what he's saying here.
I have told you many, many times that I believe in you. Traveled all over the Commonwealth to make that message clear. Tonight, you have told me that you believe in me. And bless you for that. Together, we will heal Pennsylvania and we will heal America. God bless you.
All right. Wow. Dr. Oz there. Night's getting late. We have, as we've been talking about, not know what's going to happen there for days now.
Real close now.
Very, very close. And also another point, you look at the governor.
Yeah, that one's very close. So I was wondering, is that a concession speech? But it sounds like it was just kind of a little bit of a, hey, it's going to be a while, folks. So we'll see.
But then he holds his hand up like he just wondered, like he's Rocky, right? Like, wait, I guess maybe trying to get out in front of it. But yeah, that one. But like, I think what you were going to say before I pointed out, guys, you're like, how could this be happening? Fetterman can't even put sentences together. He's got to read scripts.
Precisely. Yeah, precisely. 49.5% to 48.2% right now, with 80% of the vote in. And again, I don't know if there's a couple of Republican pockets there, but you'd hope so. You'd hope so. I'm flabbergasted that one's close. But that's got to be a voter just going in. I got to vote D. I got to select the D.
Maybe
it
was
box for D.
That powerful response where I stand for fracking. I don't know, but I stand for fracking.
But you previously were against fracking. I stand for
But I
fracking.
stand for fracking.
All right.
Hello and good night, everybody.
What about your previous? Never mind. Yeah, just forget about it, for crying out loud.
Look at that. Kelly's at. Are they calling that? They're not calling it, are they? No. But so Mark Kelly has got 58% in Arizona. Again, I don't know where these votes are coming from. I got to presume it's Maricopa after the kibosh they had earlier
It's
today.
only 48% of the vote in, but it is a large lead for Kelly over Masters down in Arizona, and that's a big one, no question about it. That's a real big one. Nevada would be one that you'd like us to have a potential pickup. Thought we heard that one had gone the other way. But this is going to be interesting. Arizona race in right now, pretty substantial lead for Hobbs over Lake as well.
What?
Yeah, but again, this is 48%
okay.
of the vote in, but they both have substantial leads. So is it all Phoenix? It could be.
It could be, but I will say, I mean, you and I sort of anticipated, and I started the show in jest today at 4. Where I was like, hey, welcome to Happy Red Wave Day, but Blue Victory Week. And I don't know. I mean, right now in the New York Times, they've been estimating House seats for Republicans. It started the night at about 228, and now it's down to 225. So the red wave is just not happening.
Here's one of the big stories of the night. J.D. Vance defeating a sitting House member, Tim Ryan, for the Senate seat being vacated by
I can see him, Rob Portman.
Rob Portman. There you go. Republican. So let's pick up J.D. Vance here and see what he has to say. Should be
the important stuff. I could not have done this. Could not have won this race. Could not have had what we have here tonight. I mean, look, the governor and the lieutenant governor crushed it. Every other statewide office crushed it. I'm so grateful to Mike DeWine and John Houston. I'm so grateful to Bob Paduchik for helping us cobble together a unified Republican team. And we won big, ladies and gentlemen. What an incredible thing. Oh, my Lord. And I got to say, of course, I had so much fun going around campaigning with all the statewide officials. I had so much incredible experiences getting to meet people all across the state of Ohio. But thank you to the Ohio Republican Party. We just got a chance to govern. We just got a great chance to govern, and we need to use it. And I promise to all of my friends who are going to be at the State House, to all of my friends who are going to be at the state capitol, we need better leadership in Washington, D.C., and that's exactly what I promise to fight for every single day. Now, the last thing I want to say, the last couple of words of gratitude here. I have been blessed with an incredible campaign team. And I can't thank these guys enough, but I want to name a few people by name. First of all, the guy who probably spent the most time on the campaign trail the last year and a half. And when we won the primary, I forgot him. Patrick McAllister, thank you for getting us safe to where we need to go. To Jordan, our great campaign manager, Brian, who's the first hire in our campaign. Our incredible comms team, Taylor and Luke.
Win the hold there for Republicans. J.D. Vance talking there, winning over Tim Ryan, holding Rob Portman's old seat. I do want to go now to Mar-a-Lago, and our own Eric Bolling is live with the former president in pretty much his headquarters tonight. Eric, how's the feeling there in the room? What are you hearing down there?
Hey, Lindsay, Rob, it's unbelievable here. So it's got to be an hour and a half now. Trump came out. He did some brief comments, maybe 5-6 minutes or so.
19 before the top of the hour, our Election 22 coverage continues, and a victorious U.S. Senator by the name of John Hoeven joins us, winning a third term handily. What's my latest numbers on that? With all the votes coming in here, 327 of 398 precincts, so we're getting there. 56% of the vote to 25% for the Democratic challenger Christensen and 18% for Rick Becker. A solid victory. Congratulations, Senator Hoeven.
Thanks, Scott. Really appreciate it. Greetings to you and your listeners. You're still up working tonight, man. I'm impressed. You're up late at night, up early in the morning. Good way to go.
Our election coverage can't end until we talk to the victorious senator from North Dakota. So how was the Republican faithful at the gathering tonight?
Awesome. Again, I really emphasize the need for unity. Never can take that for granted, and a lot of hardworking Republicans there, and we appreciate them so much. Obviously serving the citizens of North Dakota, deeply appreciative. And, we got to keep working. We got to push back on this Biden agenda and, establish the priorities that are good for North Dakota and for our country. So back to work. And of course, we'll be talking to you about those things on the radio.
Absolutely. Compare this one. You've run for office in North Dakota as governor, as senator. How is this particular race different from the others?
Well, it's different in that I had two opponents, but not different in terms of how we ran the campaign. We ran a strong, positive campaign focused on the things that are good for North Dakota, good for our country. Again, it's about North Dakota common sense, the fundamentals, the things we work to do here at home, and of course in D.C. on behalf of the great people of the state. So, yeah, it was different in that sense, but not different in our approach as far as how we run our campaign.
As far as getting to work, getting back to work once the campaign season is fully behind us, you can look forward to being back in the U.S. Senate again. What are you itching to do? What is job one that needs to be done in the next session of the Senate?
Well, first off, obviously a good night for Republicans in North Dakota. I hope it's a good night across the board for Republicans nationally, so that we get the House, a majority in the House, but also in the Senate. That will help us push back on this Biden agenda, as we've been working to do. Starts with energy. You and I have talked about this a lot. Get the handcuffs off our energy producers. That's one of the biggest things we can do, not only to knock inflation down, but it's a national security issue as well. Same thing, we're going to be writing a farm bill next year. I sure hope I'm writing it as chairman of the Ag Appropriations Committee. Rather than ranking member, we can do more to make sure it's farmer friendly, works for our farmers here in North Dakota and across the country, knocking back regulations, cutting the tax burden, getting a grip on spending, all those things incredibly important for small business here in North Dakota and across the country. Securing the border. Good grief, and supporting our law enforcement officials, our military veterans, those fundamentals that we talk about with you all the time. Obviously, we can do more in the majority. I hope we have the majorities in both the House and the Senate in 22 here. And then, obviously, we got to win the White House in 24.
You mentioned the border. That's such an important issue. And it obviously is frustrating to watch from the standpoint of the administration is doing nothing, absolutely nothing on it. And Democratic majorities in the House and the Senate aren't going to do anything. If you do get the majority, what can you do it specifically on the border to stop this mess?
Well, that's the challenge, because the solution is we need to implement the policies that we had in place with the Trump administration. That's Public Health Order 42, Third Safe Country Protocol, and also the Remain in Mexico Protocol. Those things, along with finishing the border wall, will secure the border. That will get it done. Now, we can do more of that. If we can get the majorities in the House and the Senate, we control, the confirmation process. Right now, the Democrats do. That will help. But to truly get these things going the right direction, we got to win in 24 as well. But we can do more with the majorities in the House and the Senate than obviously we can with the situation right now where the Democrats are in control.
Chris Berg, question for Senator Hoeven.
Senator, just want to say congratulations. Your chief of staff told me a great story where you're out and about, knocking on doors, and you've been serving the state very, very well for a long time. And Scott, I don't know if you know this, but he'd walk up the doors and, "Hi, I'm John Hoeven," and they'd be like, "Yeah, you are." So it's just, it was great to hear that.
Chris, good story. Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, man. And good story. Not only that, but then my group's been doing, and I just have such an amazing campaign team, as you know, and our Senate team. They're just awesome people. I know you know a lot of them, and you know how fantastic they are. But it's not just kind of like going out there and putting up some signs, but then because they're also doing get out the vote calls, I did some of that too. And so then people would ask to the point, I go, "Oh, it's John Hoeven. Yeah, I hope you'll vote. I hope you'll vote for me." And they're going like, "Really? Is that right?" So yeah, we had fun, and you got to have fun. I mean, if you're in this business and you don't enjoy that stuff, you're in the wrong business. I mean, we connected with so many North Dakotans across the state. It was awesome and really great. And we haven't even talked about Bison football yet.
I was just going to ask. I think they're heading down to Southern Illinois this weekend, and then obviously the big UND game coming up. So
yeah. So they got a couple interesting games coming up. Like, open up that playbook, right?
Yes.
Open up the playbook.
Throw it deep and throw it often.
There you go. Just like you did, right? Just like you did in Northern Iowa.
Just dropping dimes, right?
There you go. There you go.
Senator Hoeven, any races surprise you in the Senate tonight?
I haven't had as much chance to once I get through these interviews, I'm going to get back and take a look. I got a lot of emails, obviously, to return, but and text and all that. But it's still a toss-up, so too soon to say. But I'm hopeful, obviously, and I'll have a little more chance to turn my attention to that here in a little bit.
Feels like so far it's not sort of the red wave that was predicted. You sensing that as well?
Yeah, but you and I talked about this. I told you from the beginning, I think it's going to be tighter than anybody's saying. It could go either way, and obviously, I think we'll get the majority in the House, but the Senate, I don't know yet, and so we're keeping our fingers crossed.
Herschel Walker's leading anyway, so you might have a chance of having Herschel.
Yeah, but
join
the issue
team.
there is going to be: do we have a runoff? Too. But no, we got a shot here, so we're hoping.
I hope so. It's so hard, Senator, sitting in North Dakota. Scott and I have been talking about this. Like, you look across, like you mentioned, energy, Pennsylvania, and right now Fetterman's up. It's like, how?
I don't get it.
Yeah,
right. I don't get it. No, exactly.
Thank you, Senator. We appreciate your time tonight.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. Great to talk to you guys. Appreciate
You too.
You as well.
All right.
Another
Take
great
care, guys. Have a great night.
Another great story, Scott, about Senator Hoeven. So I was talking to Jess, that runs the campaign, and Senator Hoeven's out there putting signs in himself, like, grabbing the hammer and making sure the signs are. I mean, he's just
part of the campaigning fun, and he's not afraid to do it. Yep.
But he's been doing this for a while. It's kind of like he's got a good chance to win. Doesn't be out there knocking signs and knocking doors, but he's doing the hard work, and I think North Dakotans appreciate that.
Let's go to Fox News. Is the great one, Karl Rove, is doing an analysis on Ohio right now.
8% margin, and J.D. Vance wins by 7 points. That was the top of the ticket. Well, if we're taking a look at it in Georgia, there's a good reason why Herschel Walker is in the hunt, and it's because Brian Kemp is winning by a substantial margin. I suspect we're likely to see the same kind of thing play out in Nevada. We saw the opposite in Pennsylvania, where the governor's candidate was a drag at the top of the ticket. We don't know what the outcome there is yet, but it's clear that that it helps to have a popular governor running for office. Saw it in Florida, even when Marco Rubio, who's been there for several terms, has a well-defined image and comes from Miami-Dade. That was his political strength area to begin with when he ran the first time, and again for re-election. But nonetheless, this time around, having DeSantis at the top of the ticket, I mean, every statewide office in Florida today is Republican. They flipped the last remaining Democrat, the ag commissioner's office, and they now have a super majority in both houses of the legislature and picked up 4 seats, added 4 seats to the Republican U.S. House numbers.
So that's the story for Republicans. By the way, we can get you a black Sharpie. It's
I'm into the color thing. I couldn't get the red one out.
Okay.
Someone's been playing in my bag. I don't know.
Thoughts. I thought that political conditions were such that would suggest a red wave. The polling said otherwise, and I was skeptical. of the polling. The polling's held up pretty well tonight.
Yep.
No, they call these races close. They've turned out to be close one way or the other, certainly within the margins of error. So the polling's held up pretty well. One other thing was the Trump-backed candidates. So far, it's 1-1. He lost Trump-backed Bolduc, the Senate candidates I'm talking about. Trump-backed Bolduc, he lost. He backed J.D. Vance, and he's won. It looks like Ted Budd, another Trump-backed candidate, who's also had other support. I mean, he wasn't a maverick candidate, will probably win in North Carolina. So we'll see how that plays out at the end of the night and what effect that. One other thing about the outcome of this election. There are two effects of an election like this. One is the political effect. Did you beat expectations? What momentum did you have? Do Democrats feel good? Does Biden get a big message out of this? The other is a practical effect. The practical effect is Republicans get control of the House of Representatives. His legislative agenda cannot be the kind of legislative agenda he had for the last 2 years, because it will go nowhere in the House of Representatives, and it won't matter who controls the Senate. That's the practical effect. But the political effect, I think, is likely to be a lot milder for him. Will this encourage him to run again? Hey, I came out unscathed. I don't look like the guy that dragged my party down.
He's talking about Joe Biden running again. So that one can save for another night. Chris Larson has a update on a measure over in Moorhead.
Yeah, the city of Moorhead had a measure on the ballot relating to the citywide sales tax for the construction of a project, including a library and community center within the city of Moorhead. That has passed with 13 of 13 precincts with a 64 to 36% margin, Scott.
All right, latest tally, and we're getting close to all of them being in the governor's race. I would call kind of the shocker of the night in Minnesota. Expected that at least to be close. 55% for Walz and Flanagan, 41% for Jensen and Burke. Wow. So pretty amazing. Chris?
It really is. I don't know how to process that one. I don't know what that says about the Twin Cities and, again, the lockdowns. One other update for us, and this is now 28 out of 28 precincts reporting for the Moorhead School Board, which we all know have been very, very hot and important races as of late. So Keith Vogt, 14.5%, Lori Lee Bergen at 12.9%, and then you've got David Marquardt at 10.2%. I don't know what the runoffs there are. Some of these are close, but those are the top three as of now, with everyone, all the precincts reporting. So congratulations to those people, those three, if that holds to be true and bears out, to being the new people on the Moorhead School Board.
In the race for State Senator District 4 in Minnesota, between Rob Kupek and Dan Bomer, there now is 61 of 68 precincts reporting there, about 90% of the vote in. And that race is 53% for Kupek, 46% for Dan Bomer. So
would you call that? I mean, that seems...
Minnesota's a Democratic state.
Yeah.
It's just the only way to explain it. Only way to explain it. All right, quick break, and we'll wrap up our coverage after this short timeout with Chris Berg. I'm Scott Hannon on Election Night Coverage. Don't go away.
Some research out of Nebraska suggests sleep deprivation poses a safety risk on the farm. Up next on Farm to Fork.
Cab to cab, season to season, there's only one way to do it all on your farm: Ag Leader It. Ag Leader offers the complete package of year-round precision farming tools to help you steer it, plant it, apply it, harvest it, and manage it more efficiently and profitably. For every farm and every field activity, Ag Leader It. Contact your local Ag Leader dealer or visit agleader.com for more information.
Who mapped the soybean genome? You did. Yes, you. Better varieties are on the way. Today's soybean farmers, that's you, are achieving big breakthroughs in seed. How? By pooling your resources through your Soy Checkoff. Your Soy Checkoff research sequenced the soybean genome to help seed companies and other researchers bring better varieties faster to your operation. See all the ways your Soy Checkoff is moving soy forward for you at unitedsoybean.org/hopper.
Miss a little sleep? No big deal. Miss a little sleep every night for weeks at a time, and watch out. 2 University of Nebraska-Lincoln educators did a pilot project to assess the relationship between sleep and accidents on the farm. Here's Amanda Prokaski.
They are getting about half an hour less sleep each night during those busy seasons, such as planting, harvesting, calving, those types of things. That's a 3.5 hour sleep deficit. each week. And if a busy season is, 4 to 6 weeks, now we're talking about a significant sleep deficit that can really impact farmer and ranchers' abilities to, even function.
Prokaski's partner in the study was Susan Harris.
We know that in other studies done in Nebraska, actually, they have found that children as well as adults in different studies have more accidents and injuries without sleep. So really safety is our main focus, as well as their overall health and wellness, mental wellness for sure.
Harris and Prokaski encourage other states and universities to look into the issue as well. I have a link to more on the show info page at northshoreproductions.com. That's Farm to Fork. I'm Daryl Anderson.
Help save our country. Support Mike Lindell in his fight for truth. Hello, friends. I'm Scott Hennon from the What's on Your Mind radio show. And my friend Mike Lindell is fearless. He never, ever gives up in his battle for election integrity. The least we can do is support him and the products of MyPillow, which are constantly under attack. The good employees of MyPillow.com are under attack. Banks cancel him. Big box stores cancel him. Walmart cancels him. This is what he endures for helping to save our country. Right now, you can get up to 66% off at MyPillow.com when you use the promo code SCOTT. 66% off. No kidding. Now is the time to go to MyPillow.com, promo code SCOTT, or call this telephone number, 800-506-9028. 800-506-9028. Got a couple of races we've been watching. Chris, what do you have for an update?
A couple of quick ones here. Precincts fully reported. So we've got Jesse Johnner. He's now been reelected as Cass County Sheriff with 79.75% of the vote over Matt King. Also, the Cass County State Attorney's race. Kim Hegvik wins with 50.5% over Ryan Youngren with 49%. So Kim Hegvik announced the winner there in the Cass County State's Attorney's race.
Interesting.
Yeah, very. Congratulations to Kim and to Jesse Johnner.
Yep, absolutely. The other race, so we expect it to be kind of an interesting one to keep us going tonight. On the governor's side, the race has been called for Tim Walz and Peggy Flanagan over Scott Jensen and Matt Burke. So that race has been decided. So now we get to analyze it all tomorrow. Tonight was about the election results. Tomorrow will be about analyzing what do we make of it. Look forward to that conversation as well. Go Herschel, go, by the way. He's still doing pretty good. And Oz, get going, right? Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Scott.
Chris Berg. I'm Scott Hennon. It's 11 o'clock. This is WZFG, Dilworth, Fargo, Moorhead, USA. Time for the news.
This is a Fox News alert. The congressional balance of power coming down to the wire. I'm Jack Callahan, Fox News. The Fox